appointment as well. Hopefully, we'll know more during the break, and as soon as I know something, I'll let you know so that you can plan ahead, okay? Is there anything that we need to talk about at this time before we bring the jury in on behalf of the people?
Your Honor.
On behalf of the defense. Ms. Brady?
Yes, Your Honor. As the court's aware, the court issued an order to the parties that the parties are not to tweet via Twitter during the trial in court. And it came to our attention last night that Mr. Brockler issued a tweet at 4:51 p.m., which would have been during the cross-examination of Dr. Reed. If I can approach, I'd like to give the court a copy of that tweet.
Yes, have you shown it to Mr. Brockler?
I'll give him a copy.
Okay.
If we could mark that as a court's exhibit, please.
Yes. What number are we up to?
46.
46, thank you.
And Your Honor, I assume the court issued this order for a good reason, so I will leave it up to the court's discretion what sanction to impose for this violation. I would state, though, that if the prosecution is seeking the execution of a man, perhaps the district attorney should pay attention to the cross-examination of the mental health expert instead of chatting on social media.
Do you want to read for the record what the message or the tweet states?
It states on June 4th, 2015 at 4:51 p.m., I agree on the video. I hope the jury thinks so too.
All right, Mr. Brockler?
Your Honor, first, I apologize for how this happened, but I want to explain I was not on social media at the time. I'm not sure how it all connects in, but I got a text. It was from a direct message, and this has happened to me accidentally before. And someone had just simply made a comment that I thought I was replying to on text. And as soon as we left court, Mr. Orman told me, hey, that reply went out all over Twitter. And then I quickly deleted it, and it doesn't exist anymore. I think it was on there for less than 20 minutes. Having said that, and again, I was not attempting to be on social media or do anything on social media, and I haven't violated the court's order since it came up. But having said that, the steps that I've taken are to turn off my phones and just instruct people that if I need to do any business while I'm in court, that they would let me know through other means. And Judge, it's an embarrassing mistake, but one that I think I corrected quickly and have put myself in a position to not violate again, and I'm sorry.
Ms. Brady?
Judge, I would note that before the correction, it was retweeted at least 3 times. We have found at least 3 times that tweet went out from other people. So as the court knows, once it gets out there, it spreads exponentially. And I just think, Dr. Reed was a pretty important witness, and the prosecution should be paying attention to the cross-examination of the witness.
And that's the problem with tweeting something, is that you don't know who's going to retweet it. And even if you tweet it, or you think you're only tweeting it to one person, that person can then retweet it to everyone else. I did call the parties, the attorneys, I should say, to the bench. It was about 4 weeks ago. I'm just estimating. And I specifically said I don't want anyone sending tweets from the courtroom about anything. But obviously much less about the case, although I didn't specify about the case. I just said about anything, and I think I explained to counsel at the bench that I have prohibited the media from tweeting from the courtroom, and I didn't think it was appropriate then for attorneys to be doing it, especially when proceedings are ongoing. We're not even talking about during breaks, but during actual court proceedings. There's nothing that can't wait until a break or until after court to be tweeted. And sometimes people develop habits, and sometimes they tweet things. I don't have any reason to disbelieve what Mr. Brockler is saying, and so I'm going to take him at his word that he didn't intend to send this as on Twitter, and that he thought it was a text and that this was an inadvertent mistake. But, and I appreciate him apologizing to the court, but even texting, it seems to me it's something that really should wait until the proceedings are not ongoing. I don't know why email or text can't wait until a break, especially when it's your witness who's testifying and is being cross-examined. So I'm gonna prohibit the parties from texting from the courtroom during proceedings. While proceedings are ongoing, counsel should not text. So they should be paying attention to what's happening here. Nobody should be texting, nobody should be emailing, nobody should be reading any electronic communications or sending electronic communications. If you're bored, and I realize that there are 5 attorneys on each side, and sometimes attorneys don't have any witnesses to question, if you're bored and don't want to pay attention to the proceedings, then you're welcome to leave. You don't have to be here. I don't need 5 attorneys on each side. I think I've talked about this before. I don't know that you need 5 attorneys on each side. So if there are attorneys who feel bored, then you don't have to be here. You're welcome to leave. But I think out of respect for the court, when you're in here, you should not be texting or tweeting or doing anything like that. You should be paying attention to what's happening here. So I'm not going to take any action at this time. No action has been requested of the court. Ms. Brady wanted to bring it to the court's attention. We've marked the communication as an exhibit, as a court exhibit, and so it has been marked. I have accepted Mr. Brockler's apology, and I appreciate his candor, but let's avoid it from here on out. All right?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire.
Your Honor, I was just going to ask for an exception both for the defense and the prosecution for the sole purpose of just getting witnesses outside the courtroom, just because some of the advocates that are bringing witnesses here only have access to texting on a cell phone. I just wanted to ask for that one exception.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If it's related to that, I understand, and I get that there are a lot of witnesses in this trial. I get that the magnitude of this case requires a lot of logistical arrangements and planning. And so if it's related to that and you have to email someone or text someone and it's related to scheduling or related to witnesses or related to something you need, I understand that, but that shouldn't take very much time and it shouldn't be with a whole lot of frequency. So, but if you're just texting or emailing about what you think or what's going on or other things that are unrelated to the case, that's different. And I understand Mr. Brockler is the elected district attorney of this judicial district. I get it. I'm the chief judge of this judicial district, but I managed to stay off email and text, certainly text. I don't even have my phone here with me on the bench. So if I can stay off of electronic communications for the most part, then so can you, so can everybody here. Again, there are exceptions. There may be situations where for logistical reasons or scheduling reasons or reasons related to witnesses or an emergency, you need to do that. And I've done that a couple of times, but it has to be rare, extremely rare. So, okay.
May I supplement the record one thing?
Yes.
And I did apologize to the court, but I think in light of what the court has said too, I probably owe Mr. King an apology too, and I meant no disrespect, Dan, in doing that, and I apologize to you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sure Mr. King appreciates that. All right. Is there anything else at this time on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
On behalf of the defense?
Judge, excuse me, one more thing.
Yes.
And I apologize. I probably should have brought this to the court's attention last night at the close of business. And that was an error in judgment. I'm holding what I've marked as DTR 25 through DTR 52, which are 28 video clips that I described yesterday to the court and indicated that I'd given to Mr. Brockler to review to see if he had any objection to. I emailed him last night indicating asking if he was going to have an objection, and he said that he would. I don't know that I'm going to want to publish all these through Dr. Reed. I am moving to admit them, and if there's an objection, I don't know if it's a foundational objection or some other kind of objection. Obviously, I may need to if there's a foundational objection as to whether they're actually clips of the actual video, I may have to have Dr. Reed watch them all while he's here so I can lay that foundation. So I wanted to bring that to the court's attention now out of the presence of the jury to see what the nature of Mr. Brockler's objection was so that I know how to proceed with the doctor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brockler?
What I believe is that these clips are little segments that were handpicked, cut out of already existing and admitted exhibits. And so my objection would be that they are cumulative and they unnecessarily highlight certain parts, specifically if the jury were to go back and deliberate, as opposed to asking to review an entire portion. They would then be reviewing just the snippet picked by the public defender's office. I do not have an objection to them being published for purposes of efficiency in directing the witness to a specific section of his interview. But I don't think that under any sort of cumulative analysis, it makes sense to admit them on top of already admitted videos.
Mr. King, any response?
Well, Judge, I mean, he's correct. They are hand-picked clips that I picked out. I want to be able to use these with other witnesses as well, but I also think there's no reason that they can't be admitted for this jury's consideration. Mr. Brockler has been able to play the entirety of the video. He's been allowed to do that with a somewhat unorthodox procedure at his request and over my objection, and I think that it's he has the ability to make clips as well to highlight the certain portions that he wishes to highlight for the jury, and I'm just trying to highlight the portions I want to highlight for the jury. So I would move to admit, and if there's not a foundational objection to me then using them with other witnesses, I just wanted to place that on the record.
All right, well, the exhibit has been admitted. I mean, we have the videotaped in evidence. I think it's entirely appropriate for Mr. King to want to play them when questioning witnesses, but I think to admit the clips, to admit them on top of what's already been admitted, these are copies of the recorded interview, and these are just snippets or clips of that interview. And so to admit all these clips, I think, is cumulative and unnecessary. And I'm not sure that when the jury's deliberating that they're going to get to watch the videotape interview to begin with, much less the clips, even if the clips were admitted. So, Mr. King, that's an explanation for saying let you play them as many times as you want in questioning as many witnesses as you want. Obviously, you can't play it over and over and over again with the same witness, but you can play them as many times as you want with different witnesses. You can ask questions. I think that's all appropriate, but the request to admit them on top of the videotape interview that has already been admitted is denied.
Your Honor, and just, I understand the court's ruling. Before we lose Dr. Reed to the Lone Star State, though, I want to make sure there's no additional foundation I need to lay through him.
Your Honor, I am aware that Dr. Reed spent his lunch break yesterday going through these videos. My understanding is he was able to get through, if I could have a moment, Your Honor, eight of the 20-some-odd clips. So he has not had the ability to review the rest of them yet. But that's all I'd say.
Have you watched them, Mr. Brockler, or has anybody from your team watched them?
No, sir, I believe that they were going to be admitted through Dr. Reed, and I wanted Dr. Reed to watch them to make sure. I have not, and I told the court yesterday, look, as long as they're not subtitled, changed, enhanced in any other way than has already been put on the record, I trust that Mr. King is going to play something that we're all going to look at and say, yeah, we've seen that before.
All right, in that case, I don't think you need to lay any additional foundation.
Thank you.
And Mr. King, what we will do is mark those as court exhibits.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, okay. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, members of the jury. It's Friday. All right, I'm glad you're happy that it's Friday. Somebody is very happy that it's Friday today. Thank you for returning today. Thank you for being on time. As you know, the plan has been for us to take a late lunch break today. That plan may be changing a little bit because the juror who has a medical appointment may need to leave later than what we had thought. So when I have more concrete details, I'll let you know. But for now, we're planning on taking a late lunch, and then we're hoping that after the lunch, we'll be able to resume the proceedings and we'll be able to go through 5:30. Because we're gonna take such a late lunch, we're gonna take a couple of breaks this morning. And so we'll probably take a break around 10:15, and then we'll take another break around 11:45 or 12, somewhere along around there. And I think what we'll do is probably just take 15 minutes each time to try to avoid some of the delay, okay? As you know, at the end of the day yesterday, Dr. Reed was on the witness stand, and so Dr. Reed, you may resume the witness stand, and Mr. King was in the middle of his cross-examination. And Mr. King, you may resume your cross-examination of Dr. Reed. Dr. Reed, I remind you, sir, that you are still under oath. And before Mr. King proceeds, I want to remind the jury that Dr. Reed's testimony has been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. As I have mentioned before, please remember that when I refer to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, I am referring to issues related to two questions. Number one, whether the defendant was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act. And number two, whether the defendant suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented him from forming a culpable mental state that is an element of a crime charged in this case. All right, with that instruction in mind, Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, when we ended up, we had a discussion where you talked about, as a psychiatrist, using the information that you have in light of your experience in clinical expertise or forensic expertise to render diagnoses and the conditions that you felt comfortable doing that, and where you felt comfortable going. And so I'd like to ask just a few questions about your experience, so that the jury can know what your perspective on things is. And I know Mr. Brockler went through this to some degree, and I'm not going to do it ad nauseum, but I just have a few questions for you, if I could.
Sure.
You went to medical school. When did you graduate from medical school, sir?
Graduated from medical school in 1970.
And following medical school, you did some clinical work. Is that correct? Can you describe that for us?
Sure. I went to a combination internship and residency at the University of California at Davis, also known as Sacramento Medical Center. Did that for 3 years, but it was interrupted by military service.
Right. And then when you got out of the military, is it then that you went into private practice?
No, I got out of the military and returned to residency training for another 2 years to complete that. And after graduation from residency, went into private practice.
And that was private practice in your home state of Texas, is that right?
Actually, I went to Santa Fe for 2 years.
Oh, in New Mexico.
Yes.
And after the 2 years, then you moved down to Texas.
Actually, at that point, after 2 years, I went to the University of Nebraska Medical Center in Omaha, where I was on the clinical faculty, for 7 years.
And while you were there, did you see patients?
Oh, yes, saw patients. I ran the residency training program for a while, ran the medical student psychiatry training program for a while, saw both. I did not see inpatients at that point, saw outpatients, and did research.
And what years was that?
That would be 77 to 80, 1986. So that would be 9 years. I beg your pardon, not 7 years.
Now, at some point, you did some training in a school of psychoanalysis in Chicago. Is that right? Did that coincide with that period of time?
It coincided with when I was at Nebraska. I thought at that time I wanted to be a psychoanalyst, and commuted to Chicago for about 3.5 years, primarily for my own psychoanalysis and the preliminary work to entering the Chicago Analytic Institute. I did not actually what's called matriculate. I did not take that next step into the Chicago Analytic Institute, completed my analysis, and that was the end of the psychoanalytic training or pre-training period.
So you don't consider psychoanalysis is kind of a school of psychiatry. Is that fair to say?
Of psychiatry and some other mental health professions, one doesn't have to be a psychiatrist to be a psychoanalyst, but it's a subspecialty or sub-subspecialty of psychotherapy.
And you've used the term psychodynamics here in the courtroom. Psychodynamics is associated with that, is it not?
It's associated with how the psyche works. It's not a psychoanalytic term particularly. Psychodynamics are important to various kinds of psychotherapy and important to psychiatrists and psychologists' understanding of some aspects of our patients or other people.
And you, as you said, you decided not to matriculate, and you don't consider yourself a psychoanalyst, but you do, a lot of those concepts do ring very true for you. Isn't that correct?
That's fair to say, and for a long time I did analytically oriented psychotherapy, or what one might call intensive or psychodynamic psychotherapy. Have not done it for some time.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but psychoanalysis goes all the way back to like Sigmund Freud, right?
He's supposed to have founded the movement, but lots of psychoanalysts are quite different from Freud.
There was a lot of different varieties, and as it goes now, is that right?
Fair to say.
And part of what psychoanalysis involves is the unconscious urges of human beings and the attempts to control that, of the mind to control that. And what Freud described as like the ego and the superego and the id and those kinds of concepts as they're carried forward in time. Is that fair?
If I understand your question, a lot of psychoanalysis and analytically or dynamically oriented psychotherapy, not just psychoanalysis, has to do with accepting the premise that much of what we do and think in our mind is not available to us. It's unconscious, and that unconscious portion is important to the way we feel and how we act.
And would you agree with me that these concepts to some degree are still part of your practice?
They're part of my understanding of people and patients. They're rarely part of my practice right now, but sometimes they are. It depends on the situation.
And you talked in court about the psychodynamic concept with regard to Mr. Holmes's freezing. Is that right? Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you said that day that regular folks like those of us in the room would not be aware of this as it happens, but Mr. Holmes is aware of having these thoughts. Is that correct?
That's fair to say. That was my interpretation of what he described to me. Doesn't have to be the only interpretation, but I think it's a logical, to me, interpretation.
And again, we all, psychiatrists are like anyone else. We come from our own backgrounds and experience, correct?
Sure.
Now, so following that period of time, was it then that you went back to Texas, or am I still jumping the gun here?
Yes, you're right. About 1986, I moved back to Texas to enter private practice and work with a small psychiatric hospital in San Antonio.
And you did that until 1989, is that right?
Correct. I was also with the University of Texas Medical Center at that time, but primarily working with a hospital and with a private practice. And in 1989 became the medical director for Texas for mental health and mental retardation.
Right, and so that's kind of sounds like a pretty important job. Fair to say?
It was a nice job to have gotten.
You were in charge of all the Well, tell us what you were in charge of. Why don't you just tell us?
It's fair to say that I headed the medical and psychiatric portion of the mental health enterprise and the mental retardation, now called developmental disabilities, enterprise for the state within the public sector.
And in that capacity, there were a lot of administrative responsibilities, fair to say?
There were.
And you said, I believe during your direct testimony, that during that period of time, you might have consulted with other doctors' patients, but you during that period of time didn't have your own patients. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And how long were you in that position, sir?
That was the one that was 9 years.
9 years. And following
Oh,
that,
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. That was the one that was 7 years.
okay.
Yeah.
So 1989 till about 1996 or so.
Correct.
And then in 1996, you went into private practice and doing mostly forensic work. Is that right?
I went into private practice doing a combination of clinical and forensic work, give or take 50-50, maybe a little less than that forensic. But the private practice was a consultative practice, doing consultations to other clinicians primarily, and a clinical teaching practice. And I don't want to mislead, I'll just go ahead and say, I still did not have very many of my own patients that I followed, maybe 3 or 4.
And so since 1989, your clinical work is limited, fair to say.
If one defines clinical as having my own patients that I follow and am responsible for, that's true.
Now, I asked you questions about your work as a defense expert, and I asked you about bias. I had one other topic that I wanted to cover with you, and that was payment. And you're being paid for your work on this case, is that right?
I'm being paid for the time I spend working, and my expenses are being covered.
And are you aware of any doctors that work for free?
Sure.
And any doctors that are working on this case that are working for free?
I'm not aware of any.
And you're
Or experts, let me put it that way. I don't know what the fact witnesses may be paid or not, an hourly compensation of some sort.
And absent you as a psychiatrist deciding to do some pro bono or free work on a given case for any reason, it's normal in the industry for doctors to charge for their services, correct?
Sure.
There's nothing wrong with doing that, correct?
Not as long as the charge is ethical and fairly charged.
And your billing rate is somewhere to the tune of $500 an hour, is that right?
It's $500 an hour with one exception. When I go, I charge about half that rate simply because I may be doing something else as I'm reviewing it. That won't be when I'm reviewing a video for its content, but rather when I'm reviewing a video for its accuracy, or is the whole thing real or something like that. It doesn't seem fair to me to charge full rate to go through things.
Like when you reviewed People's Exhibit, the videotaped examination to make sure that was accurate.
That's a good example. I had already carefully reviewed my video, the video that I made. So this was at least the second time through, and in some areas the third time through. And I just didn't want to charge $500 an hour to do it.
Do you have any idea how much you billed out for on this case so far?
It's been very substantial, something, I think it's probably between $350,000 and $400,000 over the last, over the total time of my work here.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions about money. And part of the reason that bill is so high, to segue to my next topic, is that the volume of materials in this case is substantial, is it not?
The boxes in my office go to something more than 75,000 pages, plus several hundred DVDs and CDs.
Suffice it to say, it's an enormous amount of material to process and digest and try to remember.
That's fair to say.
Have you ever been given this much material in any case before?
No, I have not.
In truth, is this really more materials than you could have ever reviewed, given the time that was allotted for you?
I could have looked at every page in every box and every CD and DVD. As we prioritized things and became aware that some of the things were not relevant to my task or to any of the tasks that the judge asked me to complete, those things were either skimmed quickly or not reviewed. And I'm speaking here of such things as medical records of the victims. There were a few DVDs that I was not able to open. We routinely called prosecution or defense for help with that, and we usually could get them open. But there were things that were not looked at, but I believe our prioritization was very reasonable.
You were provided, we, the defense, provided you with materials, and you outlined those in your report, is that right?
Yes,
And the prosecution provided you with materials, correct?
correct.
We actually drove the materials or flew the materials down to where you live in Texas and gave them to you, is that right?
Yes, I recall that.
And a couple
Or some of them anyway, yes. Yeah.
And a couple of agents or representatives from the district attorney's office actually drove their materials down and delivered them to you too.
For the most part, that's true.
Now, it was important to you, and is important to you, to review all of the material, all of the relevant material, before seeing Mr. Holmes. Is that right?
It was important to review a lot of it, and sometimes I don't know what's relevant until I open it up. But it was important to review a lot of it prior to the first interview with Mr. Holmes.
And you testified some about that in direct examination. That's part of your practice, is to try to review the history before talking to the patient or the individual you're going to examine. Is that right?
That's fair to say. It's part of my routine.
So that you know what questions you want to ask in general, or what might be relevant issues or areas to explore. Fair to say?
Sure, so the examination can be guided, guided and efficient and effective.
And so that you can use your clinical experience to compare what the person is saying to you with what's in the record for consistency, et cetera, like we discussed yesterday.
That's one of the reasons, sure.
Now, you said that, in fact, I believe you testified that the only time you would want to rush in and immediately see the individual would be if you could have access to the person right after the event took place. Am I understanding your testimony?
Yes, the importance of seeing the person as early as possible to the event can outweigh the need to gather lots and lots of information before one sees him.
And so when you're in that scenario, you kind of go in blind, right, and see what happens.
That's not a bad way of putting it. You're somewhat blind. You usually have information from only one party, usually the defense. And one doesn't do that, by the way, as a matter of ethics. One doesn't do that until counsel has been appointed.
So you wouldn't just go down to the jail when someone was arrested and try to get in and talk to them?
That's correct. That would be unethical.
And you said that despite your preference to have reviewed all the materials, in that scenario you would go in without doing that because the value outweighs whatever else is a consideration. Is that correct? The
value of that part. Now, one would expect that after that you would review, and you very well might see the person again or more than once after that. But to get that part of the evaluation, that's a good way to do it.
Why is that so valuable, to see the person right after the event? Why would that be so valuable?
Because we're talking about a person's mental condition on the day, in this case, the day of a shooting. The most relevant information and the most relevant times regarding that mental condition are during the shooting, just before, and just after. There are some nuances of that. but if one can see him 10 seconds, 10 minutes, 10 hours, or a day or two afterward, the inference, and I think it's a good inference, is that you're more likely to see him as he was during the incident than you are if you see him, in my case, 2 years later.
And so you would not run the risk or the problems that we described yesterday, where the person may be at a later time having difficulty recollecting the way they were thinking in that state when the event took place.
You would avoid some problems. There are some problems. For example, people often act differently after events, even right after events, than they were acting during the events. After all, they've finished the event, they've gone through an arrest or something like that. But in general, your statement's correct.
In general, the quicker you can get in there is the best.
Yes.
Now, if you were to be sent in, and I realize this is a hypothetical situation, so tell me if you're comfortable answering this. If you were to be sent in that type of a scenario, retained by an attorney, and asked to see a defendant and to just report on what you saw, something along those lines, would you then immediately render an opinion about whether the individual was sane or not without reviewing any of the materials of the history?
Okay. First of all, if I were to be sent in or asked to go in by, for example, a defense attorney, I would have some preparation and would try very hard to do a complete examination at that time from a forensic viewpoint. That includes some clinical things, but I would see myself as a forensic psychiatrist, not the person's treating psychiatrist, of course. I would go through my regular examination routine, would try very hard to do the examination alone, although there may be security reasons not to be able to do that. I might well talk with the attorney about what I found or what I saw, but those would be preliminary thoughts, and I would be telling the attorney, let's look at other things before I offer any opinions to you.
Because it really wouldn't be appropriate to render an opinion without reviewing the history, fair to say?
Without reviewing at least some of it. I can give you an impression, I can tell you what direction it might go, but I'm not ready to write a report, for example.
Now, you were asked by Mr. Brocker some questions about Dr. Woodcock, is that right?
I'm pretty sure I was.
In this case, you were not able to see Mr. Holmes immediately after the shooting. You weren't involved in the case, and you were in Texas, right?
That's true.
But Dr. Woodcock was available, as far as you know, because he did go see him. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that was on the 23rd of July. Is that your understanding?
The date is not clear to me because there are a couple of different dates, but it was at least before the 24th and around the 23rd or 24th. There was a possibility in my mind that it was the 21st, but I don't think that's true. So I'll accept that as a probable date.
Okay.
It was certainly within 3 or 4 days.
Okay. I think that's fair. And you know that we hired him to go talk to Mr. Holmes, right?
That's my understanding.
And you don't know why we decided to hire him.
I don't know what was on your mind.
You don't know what we asked him to do that day, do you?
I don't think anybody ever told me. If he told me in my conversation with him, I don't recall.
You don't know what questions we asked him to answer for us or what our directions were, fair to say?
I don't recall as I sit here and probably never knew.
And following that, you received notes, notes that Dr. Woodcock took during that interview, is that right?
A couple of years later, yes.
And you were able to discuss that with him?
Yes.
And he gave his initial impressions about a possible diagnosis, is that right?
Yes, and I'm trying to think whether they were contemporaneous notes. Were they taken while he was with the defendant? Were they written down just after? I'm not recalling the date of the notes, but there certainly were notes, and I was able to talk with him. He was nice enough to talk with me about that experience.
Okay. And his initial impression or thought about diagnosis was that it could be a schizoaffective disorder, was his thought. Is that
I
right?
recall that was one of the things he wrote down, yeah.
And that's within the schizophrenia spectrum of disorders that you and the other doctors have diagnosed as well.
Yes, it's far out on the right of that spectrum, yes.
And he didn't, as Mr. Brockler pointed out on direct examination, Dr. Woodcock did not at that point render any opinion about sanity or capacity. Is that right?
I don't recall one way or the other whether he did. I can look at my notes and at his notes. Let me just leave it at I don't recall.
Okay. But you have subsequently received a report from Dr. Woodcock fairly recently this year, correct?
Yes,
And you are aware that he has the diagnosis is schizoaffective disorder in his opinion. It remains the same opinion. Is that right?
I believe you're correct.
And he's opined that Mr. Holmes was insane or lacked the capacity to distinguish between right or wrong or to form the required mental state. Is that correct?
That's what his report said, yes. Excuse me.
Among the materials that you reviewed were some videos from the jail. Is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me.
The BC unit or behavior control unit.
And you were able to actually view those areas, were you not?
Yes, I saw them in person, I think a bit later when I visited the jail.
And that's something you do as part of your practice too, is try to do like site visits.
I try to, I don't always accomplish that, but I thought it was important in this case.
And you did a site visit of the where the theater is too, right?
Yes, did not go inside, drove around it.
Because it had been remodeled anyways at that point.
Exactly.
And you went to the Paris Street location, 6090 Paris Street, is that right?
I did not. That's his apartment, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe I drove there.
Okay. So that maybe wasn't as valuable as you hoped it would do, but you still make an attempt to go to the site. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
And when you went to the jail, that was when you asked me to introduce you to Mr. Holmes, fair to say?
Yes, I went to the Aurora lockup and then to the jail. And as long as I was there and knowing that at some point I was going to see Mr. Holmes, I asked you if I could simply be introduced to him so I wouldn't be a surprise when he finally met me later.
And you and I were able to, we were escorted around to the 3 different locations, is that right?
Yes.
And we went to Mr. Holmes' cell in the medical unit, the MC cell, where he normally is located, correct?
Correct.
And from your information, he's been in that cell since his arrest, correct?
At that point, that's correct. I don't know whether he's still in the same cell, but yes.
And we're going to talk about the jail videos in a moment, but you're aware that Mr. Holmes, since his arrest, has been isolated, meaning he's not in general population with other inmates.
Correct.
He is alone 23 hours a day in that cell. Is that right?
At least. Sometimes he doesn't want to go out, I understand, and never mixes with other inmates.
He's allowed to leave the cell for an hour a day if he wants to shower or to go. There's a room next door where there's a little television. He can watch television or read or something. Is that right?
Yes, and there's a yard that he can go into if he chooses to, kind of a Stark exercise yard.
And the Stark exercise yard is just a kind of a square about the size of the well of this court with pavement on the bottom and concrete walls and a grill over the top. Fair?
That's my memory too.
And the other place that we visited was the BC cell that we talked about before, and that's the place that Mr. Holmes was placed during that difficult period when he had the psychotic break in November, correct?
Correct.
Now, this cell is also in the medical unit in the jail, right?
It was very close. I don't know how the jail says it, but it was a short distance away from the MC cell.
And these BC cells are they're kind of like rubberized rooms. Fair to say, not really soft rubber, but there's rubber on the walls of the rooms. Is that right?
Yes, and I appreciate your saying it's not really soft rubber. It's just not very soft rubber. It's just not concrete.
Now, in Mr. Holmes's cell that he's normally in, there's a toilet in there and a sink on top of it. Is that right?
Yes.
And there's a bunk, kind of a hard steel bunk with a mattress on it.
Yes.
A thin mattress. And I think we may be able to see, the jury may see photos of that cell later. But and he's allowed to have a book in there to read and other picture of his family, things like that. Is that right?
Yeah, there are two picture areas outlined on the wall where you can put pictures that are approved. He can have, I think, roughly a dishpan full of personal effects that have been approved. It's a pretty standard modern jail cell, isolation jail cell.
And the BC, the rubberized room, doesn't have a toilet in it or a bed, does it?
That's correct.
And when folks are in there, they don't have their normal jail clothes on. They're given kind of a suicide gown if there's a suicide concern. Is that right?
I assume that's common. All I know is that Mr. Holmes was not allowed clothing. He was given a gown, which, once again, I assume was a special kind of thing, commonly called a suicide gown, that's difficult to tear, difficult to hurt yourself with, and was also given a blanket.
And there's no sink in there either. Is that right?
There's no sink. The only thing, the only break in the floor is a good-sized drain in the center.
And the videos that you got from November in 2012 are basically three videos, and correct me if you don't recall these, but there's, there's one video where he's in his regular cell and he does this, what I'm going to call a trust fall off the bunk there, where he kind of falls backwards in his cell. Is that fair?
I remember that video, yes.
Then there's another video where he's in the behavioral control cell and he's naked on the floor on a blanket, and the deputies come in and they drag him out from that cell, and you can see there are feces in the cell. Is that right?
That's fair to say. The video or videos shows more things, but part of it was he apparently wouldn't come out on his own. They dragged him on the blanket, I guess, out of the cell.
And you don't know whether that was because he wouldn't, because he didn't want to, or because he couldn't, do you?
I don't know. I want to make it clear that I didn't see any cruelty on behalf of the correction staff, but he either wouldn't or couldn't get up and walk out of the cell as they wanted.
Now, there's no doubt in your mind, sir. You talked yesterday about your opinions about Mr. Holmes being floridly psychotic or not being so, in your opinion, on July 20th. There's no doubt in your mind, is there, that he was psychotic at that point in time in November?
Around November 12 or so, when he was taken to the BC cell, and when he came back to the BC cell within a few hours, I think, that period of time in November.
And that was shortly after that, a few days after that, is when he was taken to Denver Health Medical Center and treated in the psych ward there.
Yes, I think first in the emergency room. I'm not sure whether he went to critical care, but eventually was in what I assume was a psychiatric unit in some sort of setting that could be secure.
And he was diagnosed by the physicians there with psychosis NOS, psychosis not otherwise specified, right?
I don't remember the specifics of that. I remember different physicians in different places, certainly all agreeing to psychosis, and the nuances or the sub-causes of the psychosis varied.
And part of it was that he had stopped drinking or eating a lot, at least in part, the days previous, and that contributed to the condition as well, right?
Yes, according to the doctors, and I have no reason to doubt that.
And the doctors at Denver Health indicated that when he got there, they were able to rehydrate him, and whatever dehydration or delirium cleared up fairly quickly. Is that right?
That's right.
We're going to talk a little bit later about them treating his psychiatric symptoms there. But there's no doubt in your mind during that period of time that Mr. Holmes was seeing hallucinations. He was experiencing audio hallucinations. Is that right?
He appeared to be, he told other people, and although I wasn't there, I don't have any doubt that he was acutely psychotic. That is significantly out of contact with reality.
And the third video that you got from that period of time was the one where he kind of runs his head into the wall, and then he's doing some waving his arms around a little bit. The jury's seen it, and I don't want to mischaracterize it, but some fairly odd behaviors, and he's naked in the cell.
I recall the videos, they were odd behaviors, and to some extent they were self-destructive behaviors.
And during that period of time, you're aware from the records that he was smearing feces on himself, talking gibberish, immobile at times, a number of different symptoms.
I couldn't hear him talking the gibberish, but that was reported. I saw the feces both on the floor. The video wasn't good enough for me to see it on himself, but that was reported as well, and I don't doubt it.
Not a very fun situation.
A terrible situation.
Mental illness can at times be difficult. Fair to say?
Sure.
You also received from the jail surveillance videos, I'm going to call them for want of a better word. Videos that were of him in his cell, and then him if he were moved somewhere in the jail, correct?
Correct.
And these are kind of grainy, you said, right?
Yes, they're taken by the ones in the cell taken by a camera, apparently up in a corner. It doesn't zoom in, but one can recognize the situation and generally recognize Mr. Holmes.
And you were given, well, there were about 30 days or so of videos of 24-hour surveillance, right?
Something like that.
Starting with his arrest on the 20th of July.
Starting with whenever the first day he was in that cell, yeah.
And ending somewhere right at the end of August, like August 30th, somewhere around.
I'll trust you to say when that was. I might have said a little further, but I'll trust you to say when that was.
And at that point, the jail stopped collecting the videos. Is that right?
So far as I know, they stopped saving the videos. I want to say, although I'm trying to think if someone has specifically told me this, that the video was active, but they stopped saving the videos, which makes sense because they had video of the day that he was falling backward off the bunk.
Right. When they chose to pull the video later, it existed. When they chose to save it. Fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
And you don't know why they stopped recording, Mr. Holmes, do you?
No, no.
Do you know whether or not we, the defense, had requested that they videotape Mr. Holmes?
Sustained.
Now, I think you testified that you viewed 7 to 10 days of the videos. Is that right? Was that your testimony?
It might not have been 7 to 10 days. It was several days. I don't recall exactly how many days. I could go to my notes and tell you.
I can tell you where it is if that helps.
If the notes, I said I could go to my notes. They would be back at the hotel, that particular. But
Do you have your report with you?
yes, I have.
look on page 25, the bottom of the page, footnote 45.
Sure, would you like for me to read it?
Yes, sir.
On page 25, footnote 45, I did not watch all available hours of jail video, but covered his first 3 days in jail, then randomly chose others, July 30, August 16, and all available video of the day his, quote, fall, unquote, and time in the, quote, BC cell. All other jail video had been erased except July 10, 2014, which I requested in advance to observe a representative recent day of monitoring. What that has to do with was when I was coming to see him in person, I asked the jail to preserve a random day so that I could see what his day in that cell looked like before I saw him.
Right. So you, so from the video of the first month, it sounds like you reviewed 5 days. Am I correct? The first 3 days and then 2 other days.
That's correct.
And you said during your direct testimony with Mr. Brockler that in your review of those, you didn't see anything, I think the term you used was psychiatrically significant. Is that right?
If that's a term I used, that sounds logical. And once again, it's not video in which I can hear things, but that's a true statement.
And you certainly that video is not high quality. Is that right?
It's not high quality. It's not terribly low quality. It's a picture of somebody in his small room, day and night.
And you saw him eat during that period of time,
Yes.
right? You saw him sit on his bed quite a bit,
Yes.
just sitting there. Read some.
Yes.
People who are mentally ill can often do normal everyday activities. Is that right?
They can, C-A-N, often do normal activities.
Feed themselves, right?
Sure.
Go shopping at the grocery store.
Sure.
Drive a car.
Sure. Many do. Most do.
Yeah, there's nothing that would preclude you. Not everyone who has a serious mental illness is homeless and drooling on the streets. Fair to say?
Very fair to say.
And part of that has to do with how intelligent a person can be, or what kind of capacity the person has to begin with. Fair?
I think little of that has to do with the intelligence. A lot of it has to do with whether the person's being treated or being adequately treated or accepting treatment. If that's responsive to your question.
And you can't tell from looking at you didn't see anything that stood out as being really odd to you in the 5 days that you watched. Is that right?
I saw a person who was fairly stiff, but nothing bizarre or indicating anything like what I saw in the November videos.
Right. And suffice it to say, you don't know what's in the videos you didn't watch. I guess that's pretty obvious.
That's fair to say.
You never saw.
I'm sorry, except to the extent that the correctional staff logs and the medical staff logs may reflect something like that. But obviously, I did not see any videos.
Okay. So you don't recall ever seeing any videos of Mr. Holmes, like, plucking his hair out? You remember that?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall ever seeing any videos of Mr. Holmes trying to listen to the walls of his cell?
Certainly not prior to November 11, I believe.
Okay. You're not aware of a circumstance where he had a water bottle and he was supposedly trying to start a fire with the sunlight coming in through the window somehow? Are you aware of that?
It sounds a little familiar based on the logs, because when the correctional staff would see or find something unusual, they would, one hopes, log that, and I read those. I'm not remembering as I sit here, but it sounds kind of familiar.
Do you remember some of those logs reflecting that Mr. Holmes was dancing around in his cell?
I don't recall. I recall him juggling a little bit and playing with a hacky sack.
Right, that too. So, you know, it's very difficult to tell from looking at those videos what's going on inside Mr. Holmes' mind. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Let's talk a little bit about your then contact with Mr. Holmes. And that's a good kind of segue too, is you brought up the fact that when you went and visited him, life was during that period of time.
Yes.
You videotaped, obviously. I think that's
Except for the initial introduction that you made.
and all we did was just, I said, this is Dr. Reed, he's going to be coming to talk to you, right?
Right, and I said hello, shook his hand, and that was it.
Now, fair to say, different psychiatrists have different practices of how they approach their examinations.
Fair to say. Structure examinations so that we will get the necessary information, if we can, so that the examination should be complete, private, things like that, are, I think, common to the great majority of forensic psychiatrists, but there are differences in style, certainly.
And that's exactly where I was going to go with this, is that you do what works best for you, based on your experience, to accomplish the goals of gathering and recording the information that you need from those clinical interviews.
Part of it is what works best for me, and part of it is what I think there are kind of two purposes. If what worked best for me didn't constitute what I believe is good practice of my profession, then that wouldn't matter. So the two need to be there.
Gotcha. Some doctors take notes when they're in the interview. Some doctors take the notes after the interview. Fair to say?
Except for those who are recording one way or another, I believe the great majority take notes during the interview. There are some who take notes afterward, and it's not uncommon for therapists to write down notes after sessions, but those aren't forensic folks.
Some doctors may audio tape, right?
Some do. Nowadays, videotape is, I think, the preferred way to go, but some audio tape.
And there's some literature out there, and that some psychiatrists have some concern with videotaping examinations, right?
There is a little video out there. I'm thinking of one study in particular, but there is very little literature suggesting that video examinations are problematic, and a much greater bulk of literature that suggests or indicates, in my view, that videoing an examination is a very good thing to do.
And the concern, just to get it out there, is that the person may play act for the camera or behave differently or respond differently somehow, or that the clinician may respond differently or act differently because they know they're on videotape.
And those are things that are raised. The study I'm thinking of was one in which the camera was rather intrusive, but still the concerns are there. Will people play to the camera, including the evaluator?
In your opinion, those concerns are de minimis?
Compared to the advantages, I believe so. Now, another piece of this is that people in legal cases, whether civil cases or criminal cases, attorneys may or may not want audio or video to occur, and they may have legal reason, or I suppose constitutional reason, to be able to prevent that. My job is to do the best evaluation I can. I think most forensic psychiatrists feel the same way. And so I would advocate for doing it, quote, my way, understanding that sometimes there are legal things that get in the way of that, and I may not be able to.
The benefits that you describe are in accurately recording the examination, the questions and the answers, right?
That's a major benefit.
And being able to record the demeanor, affect, and presentation of the examinee.
That's a major benefit.
So the video, in your opinion, then, is the most accurate statement or recitation of your examination, of the contents of your examination of Mr. Holmes' statements to you, right?
I think that statement is true. I'm trying to think, you said most accurate. It's better than simply taking notes, better than simply relying on my memory or someone like me's memory, better than relying on my interpretations as I write down something and then it comes to the report or to court second or third hand. It's just very useful in my opinion. And that doesn't mean I always do it or that I always can do it.
But you did do it in this case, obviously.
In this case, I did.
Let's talk briefly about the DSM-5. The DSM-5, as you described it, it's a manual for clinicians, mental health clinicians, right?
Yes.
And it contains all kinds of different mental disorders in here, all kinds of things.
Yes.
Serious mental disorders and not so serious sometimes.
Correct.
And is this some kind of is this like a mathematical formula that's always correct in diagnosing people if you follow this book?
For the most part, not. There may be some very, very specific formulaic ways to approach some diagnoses, and it attempts to be very specific, but it's not an end-all for clinical diagnosis. The most important thing is the patient you're presented with.
Right, and what it kind of is a way of categorizing, or correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to misstate it, but a way of categorizing symptoms so that different physicians or clinicians are talking about the same thing. In other words, the same collection of symptoms.
That's a big purpose, and that's one of the things the American Psychiatric Association has tried to accomplish for over the last 60, 70 years.
And you said that the DSM-4 was a very reliable manual in your opinion, and that was the one that you, I think, wrote about how to use, correct?
The DSM-4, the predecessor to this, and what's called the DSM-4 TR, which was a kind of an interim edition, I believe were good examples for their purpose, which was similar to DSM-5's. Things evolve. My involvement with DSM-4, I don't want to overstate it. I've been involved in training people to use it as part of training people to accurately diagnose patients. I certainly wouldn't say that I wrote that book or something like that.
This book right here.
Or the 4.
And it's written, and I think you testified about this on direct examination. It's written by committees or task force of different clinicians of different types that get together and together write the different sections. Is that right?
Sure. Task forces of clinicians who specialize or subspecialize in the various categories. They range from heavily research-oriented folks to heavily clinically oriented folks. There's a bit of practicality thrown in. It's a complicated process. It took the APA, give or take, a decade to come up with it.
Were you involved in any of the committees or groups that wrote the sections in this book?
No, I wasn't.
And the diagnoses that we've talked about, schizotypal personality disorder, is mentioned in the section called Schizophrenia Spectrum and Other Psychotic Disorders. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And that has schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder, as well as delusional disorder. Is that right?
Yes.
And are you aware whether Dr. Gurr was involved in the committee that wrote this section?
I'm not aware.
When did the DSM-4 that you taught, and you said you taught it in I think China, Europe, Canada, and the United States. Is that right?
To some extent. Again, I don't want to overstate that, but I've lectured about it, done workshops about it in different places.
And that was published in the mid-1980s, did you say?
The DSM-4, the first edition, I want to say 83, that may be wrong.
I'm going to mark this, with your permission, Your Honor, as DTR 25.
Okay,
And ma'am, this is 2622. I'll show it to the prosecutor. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
you may.
Sir, I'm handing you what I've marked as DTR-25. Can you just take a look at that for me, please?
Sure.
Do you recognize that?
It's a page from one of the DSMs, and as I sit here, I'm not sure whether it's DSM-4 or DSM-5.
And that's a page that talks about what we just described, the schizophrenia spectrum.
Oh, yeah, this is the first page of the DSM-5 section on schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorders.
Judge, I've moved the admission of D-TR 25.
Yes. All right, Mr. King, you may proceed as we agreed at the bench.
Can I have that on the screen, please, ma'am? And can you zoom in on that top paragraph there, if possible? Can you read that for us, doctor?
Sure. Schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorders include schizophrenia, other psychotic disorders, and schizotypal (personality) disorder. They are defined by abnormalities in one or more of the following 5 domains: delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thinking (speech), grossly disorganized or abnormal motor behavior, including catatonia, and negative symptoms.
Thank you. You can take down the call out. And then it has descriptions under that of the, it says key features that define the psychotic disorders. Is that right?
Yes.
All of these disorders in this category involve psychosis to some degree. Fair
To some degree, yes.
That's why they're in this section, right?
Yes.
Delusions there. Can we zoom in on that first sentence of the delusions, please? And the delusions involve what, sir? Can you read that first sentence there,
Sure.
please?
the first sentence alone says, delusions are fixed beliefs that are not amenable to change in light of conflicting evidence. Their contact may include a variety of themes, such as persecutory, referential, somatic, religious, grandiose.
Thank you. And we could talk about some of those things, and I think you did that yesterday. Persecutory delusions would be some kind of like a paranoia. You think someone's after you, something along those lines. Fair to say?
Yes.
Somatic means some kind of body concern or illness that you think, I think I've got cancer, but I don't really have it, something along those lines. Is
If you're
that right?
convinced, even though there's evidence to the contrary, yes.
And that's the other thing I want to bring up. The other component of delusions is that they have to be false beliefs. In other words, they're things that are not true in fact, but the person believes that they are.
The person believes they're true and generally believes that they're real, in the sense that if other people don't believe them, there's something wrong with the other people, or the belief is somehow hidden from them.
And delusions, either you or Mr. Brockler gave the example of the King of France or the Princess of an Island or something like that, of Mars or something.
Something like that.
Yesterday. Now, if I think I'm the King of France, that's a delusion because I'm not, correct?
If you truly believe that you are, and we can't shake that belief, that would be accurate.
In other words, if I walk around in normal life, and well, let's say this, for example, I may think that everyone else thinks I'm the King of France too, right?
You might.
Or I might think that I'm the only person that knows, right?
That you're the only person who knows, even though you believe it's real. That's correct.
Right. And I may walk around in the world, and despite the fact that despite the fact that everyone treats me like dirt, I still think I'm the King of France, right?
That's conceivable.
That's a delusion.
That's a conceivable kind of delusion, yes.
Now, another thing that was on there was negative symptoms. Hallucinations we talked about, right? You
I believe
talked about quite a bit, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. But so these are all symptoms of psychosis in some fashion, correct?
Symptoms consistent with psychosis, yes.
And disorganized thoughts or speech is also a symptom, correct?
Consistent with psychosis, yes.
What are negative symptoms, sir?
Negative symptoms are things, let me start with the, quote, positive symptom business. A positive symptom is something that somebody does or talks about. A negative symptom is something that somebody doesn't do or talk about. So that a common manifestation of negative symptoms in a person, for example, with schizophrenia, is not much talking, not much movement, not much expression or affect, not much showing of mood, not much moving around. I think I already mentioned that. Sometimes going so far as to be in a sort of a stupor.
Now, for someone with a diagnosis of schizophrenia, for example,
Excuse me.
Negative symptoms are as real symptoms as positive symptoms are, correct? They just present differently.
Given the overall constellation of schizophrenia, it's a genuine group of symptoms.
And it's quite common that the negative symptoms precede the positive symptoms, correct?
It's common. The way one often sees them is once the positive symptoms, that is, hallucinations and odd behavior, have been treated, the negative symptoms often remain and are more difficult to get rid of.
And we'll talk about medication in a little while and how that affects both types. But the period of time, and you used this word prodromal yesterday with me, the period of time for someone with schizophrenia when they have negative symptoms but prior to the onset of the positive or psychotic symptoms is called the prodrome or the prodromal period. Is that right?
I don't want to imply that everybody has negative symptoms and then develops positive symptoms. I think one of the things that you may be talking about is an older term, that there is a process in which the person may not look, I'm going to use the word crazy, I promise I don't mean it in a derogatory way, may not look unusual or particularly unusual, but doesn't have the apparent hallucinations or major delusions and things like that. Some patients have that kind of life for a while, for years sometimes, before they show the more obvious symptoms of schizophrenia. Other patients or people don't have very much evidence at all that a break is coming, and the break is more sudden.
So for some people, they may have these negative symptoms for even years before the onset of active psychosis, right?
That's true, and you're using the word negative. That may be a very accurate term. It's just not the one that I would use. But I think we're talking about the same concept. The person is progressively not getting along well in the world, not thinking adequately, has disorganized thinking, but is not acutely out of contact with reality.
Well, I want to check on the things listed here because I don't. Disorganized thinking is listed as a positive symptom. Is that right in the DSM-5?
If it's, I'm trying to think whether it's phrased a positive symptom, but it's one of the main possible categories of symptoms.
Okay, I'm going to read from here. Two of the negative symptoms that are particularly prominent in schizophrenia are diminished emotional expression and avolition. Correct?
Yes, avolition meaning not doing very much and not wanting to do very much, just not wanting to do things.
Diminished emotional expression includes reductions in the expressions of emotions in the face, eye contact, intonation of speech, movements of the hands, head, face that normally give emotional emphasis to speech. Correct?
That's fair to say, and it sounds like you're reading from one of the pages that may become an exhibit pretty soon.
Avolition is a decrease in motivated, self-initiated, purposeful activities. Correct?
Correct. I think that's a good definition of it.
Lack of motivation.
A lack or decrease in self-motivated acts and behaviors.
And you're aware from some of the reports that you received from Mr. Holmes's professors and other students at CU that they thought that he appeared unmotivated in some of his labs. Is that right?
Some did, yes.
And they reported him as having a difficulty communicating and not speaking very much, correct?
That was true for a lot of them that said that.
Alogia. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah. Alogia is not talking.
Diminished speech output, right?
Talking less.
Anhedonia.
Not being able to experience pleasure.
Asociality.
Not being able to or not experiencing social things, interactions with other people.
Those are all symptoms of schizophrenia, is that right?
And of other things as well, yes.
Now,
and let me clarify, not every schizophrenic person has all of those all of the time, but you're correct that they are all consistent with a diagnosis of schizophrenia.
Now I want to, just on that asociality point, I want to bring something else up as a slight aside, and that is there's something called being, as opposed to asocial, being antisocial. Is that right?
Yes, I and most people like me draw a distinction between those two things.
Well, what is antisocial in the context of like antisocial personality disorder?
Antisocial conveys that you're against society, and that's a broad statement, but that you're specifically doing things against society's mores, and the further implication is that you're doing them to get something for yourself.
A similar kind of concept, to correct me if I'm wrong, is psychopathy, right? Whether someone is a psychopath, is that similar?
It is, and I should clarify that. Some people think that being a psychopath or psychopathy has to do with being psychotic. It does not. Psychopathy or being a psychopath means being very much an antisocial person.
And perhaps the best example would be like a Ted Bundy kind of character. Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay, tell me what would be a good example.
Antisocial personality and psychopathy are more associated with not caring what you do against society to get what you want. Some of those folks are criminals, and a few of those folks aren't.
Some of them are like corporate CEOs, aren't they?
That's tempting to say, but I'm not going to quite say it. The idea of to use your phrase, a Ted Bundy, whom I have never examined and not studied particularly hard, there are lots of things that go into criminal acts or killings or murders that are not reasonably categorized as antisocial personality. There's something else.
And I just want to be clear here. Your opinion is that Mr. Holmes does not have antisocial personality disorder, right?
That's correct. I have no doubt that he does not have antisocial personality.
And you have no doubt that he's not a psychopath.
Which would rise from what I just said. He is not clinically defined at all as a psychopath.
Schizotypal personality disorder is one of these schizophrenia spectrum disorders, and that's the one of them that you diagnosed Mr. Holmes with, correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, the schizotypal personality disorder first showed up in Mr. Holmes before he was even in graduate school, right?
At least the beginnings of it showed up, the hints of it showed up. I don't know the day or the month or the year that he met all the diagnostic criteria, but it's a chronic thing, a long-standing thing, rather than something that starts last week.
Right. It's not like you wake up one morning and all of a sudden you've got schizophrenia and you're nuts. Normally, there's a progression that takes place. Is that right?
There usually is a progression. Sometimes it is not visible, and sometimes there is a day that you're not schizophrenic and the next day you are with an acute break. That's one way it can happen.
Understood. And in your opinion, the symptoms that relate to his schizotypal personality disorder extend back into when he was in high school. Is that right?
Some of those symptoms appear to do so.
Odd beliefs and magical thinking are symptoms of schizotypal personality disorder.
They are possible symptoms of it.
Chronic thoughts or delusions can be. Is that right?
I'm going to, just so that I'm tracking with you.
Go ahead.
And not, because I always want to be accurate and my memory's not great. I believe you were at the, let me ask you to restate it if you would.
Sure. Chronic thoughts or delusions that others' words or actions refer to yourself, like an idea of reference or delusion of reference?
Actually, I struck that from my report, because you're reading from my report and not now from the DSM, because I made an error in transcribing what was in the DSM, so that while delusions may be present, they're not a primary part of the schizotypal personality, and certain kinds of delusions are not part of the criteria for schizotypal personality. I believe I sent an error notice to both parties about that.
That's right, and we'll talk about because you also diagnosed a possible delusional disorder in addition, correct?
Yes.
Unusual perceptual experiences, including bodily illusions, right?
Correct.
odd thinking in speech, right?
Correct.
Suspiciousness or paranoid thinking, correct?
Correct.
Inappropriate or constricted affect.
Correct.
That sounds a lot like the negative symptom we just described, or similar.
And I'm glad you brought that up. It's important to note that the overlap in certain kinds of symptoms is real common in psychiatry. It's common in other medical specialties as well, just as a stomachache can be a symptom of one thing and a symptom of something else. The constellation of everything going on and what the clinician interprets the best fit to be becomes the diagnosis or the working diagnosis or the presumptive diagnosis.
And you note that in your report, where you say only a small portion of people with schizotypal personality disorder go on to develop schizophrenia or other similar conditions, correct?
Most do not. The flip side of that, which is also in the report and maybe the same sentence, is that once a person is schizophrenic, it's relatively common to see the symptoms of schizotypal disorder, which may be called something else, preceding that diagnosis when you look back.
As like the prodromal period.
Exactly.
So if you take schizotypal personality disorder and then the person becomes psychotic, overtly psychotic, it kind of is then schizophrenia.
Sometimes it is. I don't mean to get too vague and nuanced here. Being psychotic doesn't define one being schizophrenic, but it's a real important thing to happen. If one becomes more reliably diagnosed as schizophrenic, then we can look back, and if he was schizotypal 2 years before or 6 months before, it's reasonable to say that that was a prodromal set of symptoms or an incipient set of symptoms, or simply that the schizotypal personality disorder has evolved, in this case, into schizophrenia. They're all very similar ways of looking at it.
The course of schizotypal personality disorder is chronic and lifelong.
Yes,
There's no cure for schizotypal personality disorder.
not to my knowledge.
There's no cure for schizophrenia.
Not to my knowledge.
There's no cure for schizoaffective disorder, is there?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, folks with these disorders, however, depending on the severity of them, if treated, can lead from time to time fairly normal lives.
Many of them can. Some lead abysmal lives, unfortunately. Some lead, a few lead fairly symptom-free lives, not a great many, but a few, given adequate treatment and adequate care. Most folks fall somewhere in the middle.
Mr. King, I don't mean to interrupt you, but whenever you get to a point where it makes sense to take our morning break, would you please let me know?
This is fine, Judge, if you'd like.
Okay, is that okay with you?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, folks, let's go ahead and take our morning break. Please remember all my advisements apply during the break. Let's take 15 minutes, okay? Enjoy the break. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything that we need to talk about before we take the break?
Could I just make a brief inquiry, Your Honor?
Yes.
Assuming the plan is we'll take at least one more break in the morning session since we're going longer.
At least one more, yeah. And I'll have more information about when the lunch break is going to be, hopefully after the break.
Thank you, Your Honor. And a couple of us may have to leave to try to figure out logistics after that happens.
Okay, thank you. Anything on behalf of the defense, Mr. King?
No, Judge.
Okay, enjoy the break. Doctor, I'll see you after the break. The court will be in recess. Seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. The juror who has a medical appointment downtown today is indicating that her appointment is at 2:30 and she could not change it. So I think what we'll plan to do is break between 1:30 and 3:30 and hope that she's back by 3:30, but with the understanding that we may have to wait a little later than 3:30 for her to get back here. So, all right? Are you ready for the jury, folks?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring them in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, members of the jury. Just a quick scheduling note. So we are going to go ahead and take our lunch break today between 1:30 and 3:30 with the understanding that we may have to start a little later than 3:30. Depends on whenever the juror gets back from her appointment. So, but the plan is between 1:30 and 3:30. And so we'll take another break before 1:30, and then we'll take the 2-hour lunch break, and then we'll plan to go until 5:30. Before Mr. King proceeds with the rest of his cross-examination, I want to remind you that the court has admitted this testimony from Dr. Reed only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Dr. Reed, I remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I want to clear up a couple things about the jail that I think I made a mistake in, or a partial mistake about. The incident that I talked about where Mr. Holmes was allegedly trying to start a fire with a water bottle, I think involved the light from his lamp in his cell and not sunlight. You don't recall seeing that incident on the video, do you?
It may have been there, but I don't recall, and I know that his window was very high and not much direct sunlight came in.
Do you recall ever reading an incident report about that, or a deputy sheriff report about that happening?
I think I do, but it may just be because you said it.
Right, that's how memory works, right?
You're correct.
When you say something, you may think that you remember it.
That's right.
What was the lamp in his room like? Do you remember when you went in there?
I don't remember as I sit here. My impression is that it was certainly a built-in thing. There was a switch on the wall. The short answer is I don't remember. I'm quite sure it wouldn't have been a loose lamp with a cord, for example.
Right, that wouldn't be necessarily safe in a jail.
Right.
Correct? The other thing I wanted to clear up was the BC room, the rubber room. When Mr. Holmes was moved in there in November, you have no indication that he was moved in there because he was a behavior problem, do you? Meaning that he did something wrong. It was rather that he was, they thought he was going to injure himself.
It was a matter of safety for him, yes.
Now, schizophrenia, sir. Well, let me ask you this. In terms of schizotypal personality disorder, the natural course of the disorder is generally stable, without marked improvement or deterioration. Extraordinary stressors, which may or may not be obvious to observers, since they may be idiosyncratic to a particular patient, may be associated with additional symptoms, including brief acute psychosis. Correct?
That's fair to say, and I think you're reading from either my report or the DSM.
So given stress, there can be periods of acute psychosis in a schizotypal personality disorder diagnosis.
That's correct.
If the psychosis lasts longer, that's kind of where the criteria for schizophrenia is, right? The psychosis has to last for a 6-month period of time. Is that right?
Certain symptoms have to be present for at least 6 months, unless the symptoms have been treated and are decreased because of treatment. And that's where you get into, have things become schizophrenic, or are they still schizotypal, things like that.
Let me ask you about these disorders, generally speaking. Now, some of the disorders that are in this book here, the DSM, are really personality disorders in the sense that they are a reflection of just a person's behaviors and not a disease of the mind necessarily. Is that fair to say?
The DSM purposely uses the word disorder rather than illness throughout its definitions. I'm pretty sure that carries into DSM-5 as well. So it doesn't speak of illnesses, it speaks of disorders. Some of those may be categorized at various times by various people as illnesses, or in legal context as defects or something like that, if that's what you mean to say.
Yes, and some of the disorders, like, for example, Alzheimer's. Is that in the DSM-5?
Yes, it is.
That's not just a symptoms of bad behavior or abnormal behavior. That's an actual disease of the brain, correct?
We think that it all has to do with what goes on inside the brain, chemically and electrically, but I think what you're referring to is in Alzheimer's disease, there are things we can find physically in the brain that are highly correlated with the memory problems, et cetera, of Alzheimer's, and some disorders like that are in the DSM, as contrasted with mental disorders that outwardly anyway appear to be just related to feelings or behavior or perceptions, things like that.
And schizophrenia is like the former as well, isn't that right? It's more like dementia or Alzheimer's.
We're learning more about the neurology and the neurophysiology of schizophrenia. I wouldn't call myself an expert in that part of it, but there are behavioral characteristics, certainly. I would not classify it as like schizophrenia. a neurophysiologist might draw a closer comparison.
And like you said, and you said this quite openly before, you're not a neurologist, is that right? And
I'm not.
that's not your area of specialty, nor are you a specialist in schizophrenia necessarily.
In the subspecialty of schizophrenia, I've seen hundreds of schizophrenic patients over the years, but I would not call myself a schizophrenia specialist or researcher, for example. No.
And certainly Dr. Gurr is a psychiatrist and a neurologist as well, correct?
That's my understanding, is that she has had training in both. A
And
specific specialty training. Every physician has training in neurology. My understanding is that Dr. Gurr has gone on for post-MD training in neurology.
and she does have a specialty in schizophrenia, is that right?
That's my understanding.
And she does do research in the area of schizophrenia.
That's
is
my
that right?
understanding.
Now, part of this, what we're talking about here is that there's clear indications in the literature and elsewhere that there's a genetic component to schizophrenia, correct?
Correct.
A propensity to have schizophrenia as a risk factor is inherited, much like some of us may inherit a risk factor for heart disease or cancer, something like that.
I don't know that the genetics are that known, but it's certainly true that if certain kinds of close relatives have clear schizophrenia, your risk goes up substantially. If more distant relatives have it, your risk goes up in some statistical way, but perhaps not substantially.
This is 508, ma'am. Your Honor, I'm marking this as DTR-26. I'm going to show it to counsel. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Me.
Sir, I'm handing you what I've marked as DTR-26. That was a document that was provided to you by the defense. Is that correct?
It probably was. I don't remember the specific page, but so that's my answer to that particular question.
And what that is a letter from a psychiatrist of Mr. Holmes's aunt, correct?
Correct.
And what that letter indicates
sustain as to the lack, well, he's not moving at this time to admit it, but to the extent that he hasn't been admitted, you can't ask about the contents of it. So the objection is sustained in terms of lack of foundation with respect to the contents of it.
you reviewed all of the documentation that you were given in the course of conducting your evaluation and making your decisions in this case. Is that right?
Not every page. There were certain things, as I've mentioned, that I really assumed were not relevant,
Okay.
that I didn't review. The things that had to do with Mr. Holmes' family, things like that, that were available to me, I did review.
So you did review that letter, then you think, because that relates to his family. Is that right?
If that letter was in the big box, I almost certainly reviewed it.
And certainly, based on what your testimony has just been about the fact that when close relatives have a disease, that it can increase the likelihood that this person is diagnosed with that disease, that would be something that you would want to at least consider in rendering your opinion, forming the basis for your opinion.
With regard to diagnosis, you're correct.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit D-TR-26.
Would counsel approach, please? All right. The objection is sustained on foundational grounds, but Mr. King, you may proceed as we discussed at the bench in attempting to establish additional foundation. And Mr. King, it's my understanding that you want to relabel this as D-TR-25. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge, and I apologize for the numbering error.
That's okay. No apology necessary. All right. So this is D-TR-25. Mr. King, you may proceed.
25 was read. Sir, is family information, history of family members, mental illnesses, as is contained in that document, the type of information that you and other psychiatrists would regularly review in the course of conducting a forensic evaluation such as this in order to contribute to and help support your opinions and diagnoses?
Yes, with regard to diagnosis.
Judge, I would move for the admission of D-TR-25, please.
Any additional objection? No, sir. All right. With that objection, then D-TR-25 is admitted and may be published. Members of the jury, this exhibit is being admitted not for the truth of the contents of the exhibit. Rather, it has been admitted only to explain the basis for this witness's expert opinions. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Okay, you may proceed.
Could we publish that, please, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
What this is, Doctor, is a letter, excuse me, to an attorney from a doctor. It regards a person by the name of Betty Holmes. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware that Betty Holmes, this is Mr. James Holmes' paternal aunt. Is that right?
Yes.
She is, in fact, the fraternal twin of his father, Mr. Robert Holmes, Jr.
I'm not sure I knew that, but I may have.
And what this document indicates is that Betty Holmes has been seen at this mental health agency in Santa Cruz, California, since 1983. Is that right?
Yes.
She told one of her therapists that she had her first breakdown at the age of 19. Is that right?
That's what the letter says.
Is it common that the onset of, or breakdown, which would be the onset of florid psychosis, as you say, in schizophrenia or other related disorders, often can come when a person is in their early 20s or around the age of 20?
Yes.
It indicates that she's been hospitalized 4 times in a psychiatric hospital in Santa Cruz for having hallucinations, psychotic symptoms, and suicidal ideation. Is that correct?
Yes.
It also indicates that she's been on psychiatric medication since 1983. Is that right?
Yes.
And it indicates that she has been on Social Security since her diagnosis in 1983.
I assume that means Social Security disability, yes.
And the diagnosis is schizoaffective disorder. Is that correct?
That's what Dr. Natu says.
And that's in the schizophrenia spectrum of disorders that we've described previously, correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's what Dr. Metzner, the other court's expert, has diagnosed Mr. Holmes with. Is that correct?
I believe you're correct.
And that's what Dr. Woodcock has also diagnosed Mr. Holmes with. Is that correct?
At least in one of his reports, he had some other diagnoses at various times as well.
You can take that down, ma'am. Thank you. Are you also aware that of other problems that Mr. Holmes' grandfathers had with mental illness?
There was at least something that stood out, and I want to say something about severe depression in a grandfather, but there was what sounds like a severe mental illness in the grandfather. May I make one quick correction or comment about Betty Holmes?
Sure.
If she is the fraternal twin of Mr. Holmes' father, I just want to be clear that being a fraternal twin, as contrasted with an identical twin, is genetically the same or nearly the same as being just another brother or sister. I just want to clarify that it wasn't an identical twin, because that has genetic significance.
Right, and that's why I said
Sure,
fraternal
and
twin
you said
instead of
that. That's
identical
correct.
twin. Nevertheless, the fact that relatives have a related disorder is a factor to consider.
Yes, it is. In diagnosis, yes.
And do you recall that both his maternal grandfather and his paternal grandfather were hospitalized in psychiatric hospitals in their lives?
I can go to my report to see. I'm not certain as I sit here that that's true. I'm fairly certain at least one of them was, and if you're reading from something that I should have seen, I'm happy to accept that.
That's fine. If you don't recall that as
Okay.
you sit here, that's fine.
Okay.
We can talk to other people about that.
Okay.
I want to talk to you about a few things that you put in your report about delusional disorder. And first of all, you talked about how if you diagnose someone with schizophrenia, it precludes the diagnosis or includes the diagnosis of schizotypal personality disorder. Fair to say?
I'm not aware in the DSM-5 that the two can, according to the nomenclature, coexist. Now, things are still in a human being, but once the diagnosis of schizophrenia is accurately made, I believe the diagnosis of schizotypal personality disappears. I could be corrected on that.
That's called an exclusionary diagnosis. Is that right?
If that's what DSM-5 says, then I'm happy to agree. Oh, I see what you mean. As one is trying to diagnose schizotypal personality, if the patient is known to have schizophrenia, then the schizotypal personality is not a reasonable diagnosis, if that's what you mean. Yeah.
That is exactly what I mean. Thank you.
Okay.
In addition to schizotypal personality disorder, you've also diagnosed Mr. Holmes with a possible delusional disorder. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's also in this section of schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorders
Yes.
in the DSM-5.
Yes.
A delusional disorder is characterized by the presence of one or more delusions for over a month. Other criteria are required as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, oftentimes, and help me if I'm not phrasing this correctly. Oftentimes, someone who has a delusional disorder diagnosis, the delusions are more encapsulated than perhaps the delusions in a schizophrenic patient are. Am I phrasing that correctly?
You are, and that's a reasonable way to put it. Very often in delusional disorder, most parts of the person's life and getting along with life are not delusional or unusual, but some major part is.
Oftentimes, people with delusional disorders, it can go unnoticed. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
For example, Mr. Brockler may be very fond of Justin Bieber, right? And, maybe he thinks that he has delusionally thinks he has a special connection to Justin Bieber. But he doesn't, I don't think. If in fact that were a fixed false belief that Mr. Brockler had, that would be a delusion, or could be, correct?
Yes.
Now, if Mr. Brockler then went and bought tickets and went to every concert that the Beeb threw, that might not appear to others as delusional, right?
Right, and may not have to do with the delusion. Simply being a fan is not the point. But you mentioned believing a special connection, that he was invited to come, or that Bieber expected to see him in the
If
audience, or
Bieber
something
didn't
like
see
that.
him there, Bieber's going to be disappointed.
Something like that.
Now, maybe he goes out and he buys all of Justin's records and plays the music all the time. that may be the result of the delusion, but that may not be obvious to others who are on the outside who may just say, well, he's just a big fan, right?
Correct.
So people with this disorder can labor under these delusions, but it may go unnoticed by anyone, right?
That certainly happens.
Delusional disorder is chronic and lifelong with no known cure. Correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, if a diagnosis of delusional disorder is appropriate, you believe that first onset sometime early in the year of 2012, correct?
I'm not sure exactly what I said in my report, and I want to be consistent with that, but that's a likelihood. I'm thinking now about going back into 2011, and let me just look in the report
Feel free.
because that helps with my memory. I think that's accurate.
So you think the schizotypal personality disorder started much earlier, but then the possible delusional disorder started after he was already in graduate school. Fair to say?
I think that's a likely scenario. I don't want to say that the schizotypal disorder was showing itself in the same way earlier, but there were reasonable signs of it that one could follow along up through graduate school.
As in schizotypal personality disorder, there can be acute psychotic episodes in a delusional disorder as well. Is that right?
There can be.
Usually fairly brief. Is that right?
Usually and around the theme of the delusion.
And with particular stressors, idiosyncratic stressors that might relate to the delusion itself, right?
Yes.
A portion of people with delusional disorder eventually develop schizophrenia. Isn't that right?
Correct.
You have testified here that you lean towards the human capital concept being a delusion, correct?
Boy, I'll go back and forth on that. The idea that Mr. Holmes doesn't describe it as of 2014 as a real thing leans me away from it. It might be more accurate to say that I wouldn't argue with somebody very vigorously who thought either way.
Well, I remember you testifying yesterday under oath that you leaned towards it being a
Okay,
delusion.
and if that's what I said, I'll certainly stand by that.
You wrote in your report that it is likely that Mr. Holmes' belief that he could accrue for himself some value from each of the people he killed does reach delusional proportions, and that it was established long before the shootings. That's
Yes.
page 8.
Yes, and I would certainly stand by that statement.
Also, page 8, his preoccupation with viewing himself as flawed and his hoping for relief in the act of killing others are consistent with delusional thinking, but also with the broader concept of schizotypal personality disorder as well as schizophrenia. Correct?
I don't see exactly where you cite that, but if that's the reading from page 8, and it sounds very correct. It sounds correct.
On page 11, you write, it is likely that Mr. Holmes' stated beliefs or philosophy with regard to human capital reach a level of delusion. Correct?
Just for complete list. Let me find where on page 11 I say that, but I'm sure you're correct. Yes, I say that. That's not the entire sentence. The sentence goes on to say, but he consistently described his human capital beliefs as coming entirely from him, comma, often using the term arbitrary, and denied that they represent any particular truth. He made it clear, to the extent that his statements can be accepted as accurate, that they exist because he believes them and that they are irrelevant to those who do not.
And that's the, after the comma is what you read, is that right?
Correct.
And so despite what came after the comma, what before the comma is still true, that it is likely that Mr. Holmes' stated beliefs or philosophy with regard to human capital reach a level of delusion. That's your opinion, right?
Within the context of the entire sentence.
I have just a moment here, Judge. I'm trying to move through.
Take your time.
Now, Mr. Brockler brought up with you yesterday the idea that, and I think you agreed with him, that Mr. Holmes never described to you that the value that he received was a tangible thing. I think the word Mr. Brockler used was theoretical, or maybe I would use the word intellectual. In other words, I'm not really being very artful here with my words. Mr. Holmes never told you that the value that he received was that it made him feel pleasure, did he?
Not pleasure. He liked the fact that he's a 13, not a 1, but it was not tangible. He used the word arbitrary, that there was not a way to define it further than I like it better than being a 1.
And there's no indication that Mr. Holmes thought he received a benefit because he's now somehow famous or in the newspaper. No indication of that.
The wanting to be remembered has to do with some photographs that we discussed yesterday. I do not have any indication that the particular shooting acts had to do with a wish to be famous.
Nor do they have to do with the fact that others would write to him in the jail and that's somehow a benefit to him or something along those lines.
Not that I know of.
The value or the benefit to him was theoretical or mental, I guess. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, at some point in your examination of Mr. Holmes, he said exactly what you just indicated, and this is on page 283 and 284, excuse me, of the transcript. And what he said was, value means that they are worth it. Or, excuse me, value means what they are worth. You recall that?
I don't recall the specific words, but if you're reading from the transcript, I'll accept that they're there.
And then he said, I don't know how else to explain.
I missed the page number, I'm sorry.
284. Now we talked about whether or not Mr. Holmes felt that the human capital delusion, I'm going to use the word delusion, concept, applied to other people or not. And there's, well, let me ask you this. On page 373 of the transcript, you ask him, if someone were to kill you, would they get one? And Mr. Holmes said, quote, if they give me the death penalty, somebody would get one. Right?
That phrase is there within the context. As I recall, he went on to say fairly quickly that it depended on whether the person shared his thoughts or not, shared his belief.
And he said that I guess it could be the person who makes the lethal injection concoction or the person who presses the injection button, or could even go with the jury. Is that right?
I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
With regard to the value of one, he said to you, it's kind of like the value of $1. Not really worth anything, but you attribute value to it. Correct?
I remember that.
You asked him, do you think there are any other people who have figured out the system independent of you? And he answered, well, there are 7 billion people, so maybe, right?
I recall us saying something like that, yes.
You then asked him, is it a system that is there to discover? Or is it a system you invented so it is not out there for others to discover because it is only in your mind? And he said, I invented the arbitrary value, but they could come up with the same value system. Correct?
I recall he said something like that. I'm sure you're accurate in reading it.
Do you recall at one point you're asking him if the value system applied to him or to everyone else, and he said, this is on page 487, quote, I believe it to be objective. And then you asked a follow-up question, if you weren't here, would the value system still be here? And his response was yes. You remember that?
I recall a context of that. If I'm recalling correctly, he said that within his subjective thought, it was objective, and that it would still be here because he had written it down and told other people about it.
Within his subjective opinion, it was objective.
I don't know if he used the word opinion, but it went first through his subjective mind to be what he thought was objective in a subjective way. That wasn't entirely clear to me, but that was the way it was expressed.
A little bit confusing.
A little bit confusing.
A little bit difficult to parse it out, right?
In that particular sentence, yes.
He's describing things 2 years later in a medicated state, trying to talk about what he was thinking 2 years before when he was unmedicated in a very different state of mind.
That's a true statement.
He's trying to make sense of it.
And I believe part of it was trying to tell me, and part of it was trying to make it make sense inside him.
Make some logical sense inside him.
And when I say logical, I don't necessarily mean logical as you or I might see the logic, but something so that it would not generate too much anxiety inside him, something to resolve whatever conflict there might be so that he would be more comfortable with whatever the facts were.
Now, you testified on direct examination something along the lines of, and this may be part of why you diagnosed a possible delusional disorder instead of schizophrenia, that part of it was that, I think the quote that I noticed was, he was going to class, he had fewer classes and more labs, he was going to the fitness center, in January and February, a little more than once a week, twice a week. No indication that I know of, that he wasn't carrying on his usual life during the months from February to June, correct?
That's what I said. I would correct the fitness center part. Now that having seen the logs, he was going to the fitness center up through early July, but essentially what you said.
And you are particularly interested in how he's functioning during those months of April, May, June, and July. Is that right?
Sure.
Now, during those months, Mr. Holmes, well, previous to this, there had been no indication that Mr. Holmes was interested in weapons. Is that right?
Previous to 2012.
Previous to 2012?
Correct.
No interest in warfare or things like that. Is that fair?
Except in video games, which were not shooter games, yeah.
And the
So far as I know.
The video games he played were games of strategy more so than pointing and shooting people, right?
That's my impression. I looked up a couple of them. I'm also not a video game expert, but I did look up a couple of them, and I talked with him about that.
Now, during this period of time, or previous to this, there's no history of Mr. Holmes harming others either, is there?
Not that I think the answer is no. There's something in the history long ago. One person said he slapped his sister when he was a little boy or something like that, but that's a long time before. The answer to your question is I don't see any indication of violence or propensity toward violence prior to 2012.
And he talked with you about killing some ants and then some snails when he was a little boy with his friends.
Yes, he did.
Any particular significance to that?
No, I kind of am looking for some of the stereotypic connections between childhood cruelty and adult criminality, and did not find that. Lots of kids burn ants and crush snails.
He wasn't like torturing animals or lighting fires or those kinds of classic things that you're looking for.
Certainly nowhere in the record.
And then in 2012, he certainly is going to the gym, right?
As far as I know, in 2012, you're correct, he is.
He's still going to class, right?
Yes.
He's not doing as well in his labs, though. That's different, right?
There are indications that he was not performing very well. I don't know comparatively first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. The implication is that he was not doing as well in 2012.
And he was purchasing weapons, which was different for him, correct?
Correct.
He was purchasing armaments or weapons-related paraphernalia, which was extremely out of the ordinary for him, correct?
Correct.
He was buying massive quantities of ammunition, way more than were used or needed. Fair to say?
Way more than were used or needed for the shootings. My understanding is that he shot up the great majority of it. There was a little left in his apartment. I don't recall that anyone found huge amounts of unspent ammunition in his apartment.
Suffice it to say that prior to 2012, he never bought any ammunition of any kind.
As far as anybody knows, that's correct.
And prior to 2012, he never took a motorcycle class, did he? And he did that in the spring of 2012.
I looked for evidence of that motorcycle class, and I'm not certain he did that, but it was mentioned somewhere in the record.
During that period of time, he told you, and he wrote in the notebook, that he was experiencing some strange symptoms, that he felt really unable to move, that he felt depressed. This is what he told you, is that right?
Yes.
During that period of time in the spring of 2012, he dyed his hair bright red.
Yes.
That was unusual for him.
He had, so far as he says, not dyed his hair before.
He was not seeing his friends anymore. Is that right?
At some point, he stopped seeing his friends, or his friends stopped seeing him. He was not willing to engage with at least some of his friends, and eventually any of his friends that I know of.
And you kind of called him out on deleting the numbers from his phone, right? He didn't just stop calling them, he deleted their numbers.
That's what he said.
So he had the loss of like 5 friends in a couple of weeks because of his choice, right?
He drifted away from those friends. As a matter of fact, he considers them still his friends, but stopped the contact with them. To some extent, that's a loss. To some extent, it's simply stopping contact because he wanted to stop contact.
He indicated to you that weeks before the shooting, he all of a sudden stopped playing video games and attached no importance to Diablo 3, correct?
I don't remember much about that. I remember him talking about Diablo 3 not being a very good game, not as good as Diablo 2 or something like that. I don't remember him saying that he stopped all video games at some point. Wait, there is that implication because I wondered about, quote, withdrawal from video games. So I'm not remembering, but there's indication that what you say is true.
That's the way memory works, right?
That's the way memory works.
During that period of time, he had conversations with his girlfriend on a Gmail chat where he talked about this human capital concept, right? In
Yes.
March?
I believe it was March with Gargi Data.
That had never happened before, to your knowledge.
A communication of those thoughts with someone, I believe that was the first known communication of those thoughts to anyone.
And he told you that somehow when he told her that, it made it real somehow. Is that right?
I believe he told me, as well as telling other people, that it made it at least more real, and I think he used the words, it made it real.
During that period of time, he went to see Dr. Fenton of his own volition, or perhaps by the suggestion of his girlfriend as well, or Gargi as well. Is that right?
That's right. Or referred to her. He went to the clinic, saw Dr. Roth, and then voluntarily went to Dr. Fenton at Dr. Roth's referral, or Ms. Roth's referral.
And he'd never voluntarily gone to a psychiatrist before, had he?
Not to my knowledge. As a child, we talk about the therapists and stuff, but not as a teenager or adult, as far as I know.
Now, when he went in and talked to Margaret Roth, the social worker, and she's an LCSW, right? Licensed clinical social worker.
That's my understanding. She is a clinical social worker of some sort.
And so that's someone with some mental health specialty. Is that fair to say?
Sure, often very good counselor.
Not a doctor, but someone with some advanced degree.
Sure.
And he told her on the first visit that he had thoughts about killing people, correct?
That's what she documented, yes.
And she said that he was the most anxious person she'd ever seen in her notes.
Yes.
And he continued going there throughout the spring until the last meeting, which was on June 11th, 2012. Is that right?
Yes. There were a couple of reschedulings and things, but he kept the appointments that were set reasonably so.
I think you talked yesterday about a mental status exam that you did. Was that right?
Yes.
What's a mental status exam?
A mental status exam is a formalized way, a structured way of thinking about how the person's mind is working on the spot at the time. Sometimes you carry it out over a short time, asking questions or testing things out. Other times, as I tended to do, over the course of the interviews, I was aware of things that were part of the mental status examination, and so collated all that to become a written mental status exam.
And a mental status examination is something that's routinely done by mental health professionals in the course of conducting their business. Is that right?
In the course of evaluations, sure.
And in fact, it was done by Ms. Roth and Dr. Fenton as well. Is that
Yes.
correct? Ms. Roth did a mental status exam on the 23rd of March 2012 at 2:22 p.m., correct?
I'm not certain of the date, but she did such an exam.
And in such an exam, the way you report it is you report different things. Appearance well-groomed, she wrote, for example. Is that right?
As I sit here, I don't remember but the specific words, but I can picture the note that you're talking about, and I'm happy to look at it if you'd like for me to do that.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at this?
Sure.
This is 375, ma'am. Judge, just for the record, I'm going to mark it as DTR 26.
Okay,
Is that right?
that's right.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show it to counsel. This is the first one. This is the last one. I'm showing you DTR 26.
Let me give you those with that one, 26.
Yeah, I'm going to renumber this one 25. If I may approach the court reporter with 25, Your Honor.
Yes. That one was admitted, thank you.
26 is a combination of the mental status exam on the top from March and the mental status exam from June on the bottom. Is that right?
It appears to be, it's apparently pasted together from different pages. And the June one must be Dr. Fenton. The March one, I can't tell whether it's Ms. Roth or Dr. Fenton, but
Okay.
it's titled Mental Status Exam.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what the contents of those mental status exams were?
Of these two exams, to the extent that they're complete, the bottom one may go on after that,
Yes.
but it tells me what they wrote.
May I approach and retrieve the exhibit?
Yes, you may.
Let me just, if I may, just go down so that you can ask me questions about it and I'll remember.
Sure. I can ask them from right here if you'd like.
That would be great, then
Would
I
that
can
be
see it.
appropriate, Judge?
That's okay?
In March, the mental status exam reports that his appearance is well-groomed, his attitude is cooperative, psychomotor normal, mood normal, affect appropriate, speech normal, thought process logical, goal-directed, thought content without delusions, perceptual without hallucinations, cognition, normal cognition. Am I getting it right?
You're getting it right as she wrote it. I remember having some arguments with whether what she said in her note actually reflected what she wrote in that exam.
Okay. What she wrote in here, though, was cognition, normal cognition, full level of consciousness, memory intact, intelligence average, judgment intact, insight intact, reasoning, normal reasoning, no hallucinations. Correct?
That's what she wrote. Once again, I had arguments with some of those based on what she said she saw in Mr. Holmes.
Understood. And you had arguments, but this is what she wrote down in her report in March of 2012.
In that part of
The mental status exam.
of the chart. That's what she wrote down.
And the-
Or that's what was typed. She may have had a longhand version. I just don't know the answer to that.
Okay. In the mental status exam from June 11th, the appointment in June 11th, which was the last appointment, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Attitude, contemptuous, devaluing, evasive, guarded, suspicious, uncooperative. Affect, anxiety, hostility, odd, bizarre, inappropriate. Thought process, intermittently odd and hard to follow. Thought content, paranoid delusions, preoccupations. Perceptual, denies hallucinations, but does glance around the room in an odd way. Violent thoughts, homicidal thoughts. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did. There are some things that you skipped, but yes.
Judge, I'd move the admission of DTR 26.
Any objection? Why don't you approach? The objection is sustained.
We talked a little bit before about, mentioned delusions of reference or ideas of reference. What does that mean, sir?
Okay. An idea of reference is the idea, and it's almost just what it sounds, the idea that something in the environment is referring to you when it's not. For example, it's raining because I don't feel good, or the news on TV about something, Justin Bieber, is really talking about me and myself. It can reach a level of delusion of reference if you truly believe it over a period of time, and it kind of becomes incorporated in the way you view the world.
This can also be called referential thinking. Sometimes people refer
Yes,
to it as.
yes.
And you're aware that Mr. Holmes exhibited some referential thinking. For example, in the jail when he heard the speech of President Obama. Is that right?
In November, I think he said that several months after he was arrested, according to him, yes.
And he also reported some other, believing he'd received some message from some movie as well. Do you recall that? I'm looking for it in my notes and not finding it.
I'm not remembering anything from a movie, if you're talking about within the jail, and if you're talking about in November, around the time that he had that psychotic break.
I am.
But I'm not remembering something about a movie, but it may well be there.
During that period of time, he also reported something called thought broadcasting. Is that right? Or the opposite, kind of, that others could read his thoughts.
Yes, and I believe that was in November in the jail as well, a long time after the shootings.
He said, when you talked to him about it, when he was at the hospital and in that rubber room, he thought others could read his thoughts. Right?
Something like that, I recall.
He said, I thought other people were reading my thoughts, so I tried to hide them. So I would say random colors like red, blue, green, and I would point in random directions to try to get them to stop listening to my thoughts.
Yes, I recall that.
And do you remember at that point you brought up, I do recall a video where you're pointing at different things around your cell.
Yes. And that, once again, was in November, either in the BC room. I'm pretty sure it was in the BC room. There was some unusual behavior in November in his MC cell as well.
Now, do you recall that Dr. Woodcock in his notes reported that Mr. Holmes exhibited referential thinking when he interviewed him?
I don't recall specifically. I've got Dr. Woodcock's notes in my bag over there, and I will take a good look at them at the break, but I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. When you talked with Mr. Holmes about his prelims, he told you he didn't prepare much at all for that, right?
Correct.
Said his advisor said to study everything, but he decided not to study, or didn't, right?
Didn't. Gave 2 or 3 different reasons at various times, but did not study for the prelims.
He told you, quote, I was focused on my mission.
That was one of the things that he said about not studying for the prelims.
At that point, he said it was 25% due to the mission, 75% due to not knowing what to study. Is that right?
Yes, I remember that.
And by June, he said that it flipped, that it was then 75% the mission. Is that right?
Yes, he said that in the interview.
Now, there are some things that you noted as being consistent with delusion or mental illness, and one of those things you mentioned was the burnt money thing that was in the notebook, right?
Yes, it seemed odd. I don't know why he burned the edges of the money. It seemed odd, which is one of the reasons I kept asking him about what the purpose might have been, to see if the purpose made sense, didn't make sense, sort of made sense, that kind of thing.
And even 2 years later, he's describing that somehow he's trying to send some message to Dr. Fenton about his insurance stopping and not being able to pay for the treatment. Is that right?
The things that he described about that were a bit confusing. It's as if they sort of were trying to make sense, but I didn't really get that it was a completely rational way of thinking about it.
It was kind of illogical. I mean, how would she know that he was saying that, right?
Accepting what he said 2 years later, you're correct. It was an illogical thing, in my opinion.
You spend a lot of time with the notebook. Many of the writings in the notebook are consistent with mental illness as well. Some are not, in your opinion, but some are. Right?
Consistent with, but do not prove, yes.
You spoke with him about the obsessive thoughts of the homicidal ideation. Is that right?
I don't know if I phrased it that way, but we talked a lot about his thoughts of killing people, going from the broad to the specific.
Sure. One of the things he said was that he was in his teens when he first started having these thoughts about killing, and they would just pop up. Is that right?
I believe that's what he said, yeah.
And he described them as a voice saying, kill people like your own mind voice. Is that right?
That's right. I need to clarify that I
You followed up.
followed up closely to see whether he was hearing a voice in his head or whether that was more a thought or a conscience or a something that was not an auditory hallucination.
And you determined that it was not, according to what he was saying at that time 2 years later, it was not an auditory hallucination that he was hearing. Am I right?
That was my impression, pretty firm impression, yes.
And he said it pretty clearly that it was an internal voice, a thought that is a voice in your head, were his words.
Yes.
The galactic colonization writings, I'm going to call them,
Okay.
the writings that he did in his cell, those also are consistent with delusion in a lot of ways. Is that right?
They're consistent with, there can be a lot of other ways to interpret them. Kind of depends what the person's thinking at the time. And of course, one part of it may be interpreted differently from another part of it.
And we know that he wrote these during the period of time when he was in his cell between his arrest and when he was hospitalized in November.
At some point in between, I think later rather than earlier, but I don't know.
And I don't know if any of the jail videos that you looked at from the first month, did you see him writing on paper in any of those jail visits?
I don't recall seeing anything in the first month where I was kind of spot checking, didn't see every day, that showed him writing. And he said that it was closer to the November time than to his arrest, but he wasn't all that certain either.
And he, did you note in any of the logs of the deputies when they noted that he was writing in his cell?
It may well be in the logs. I'm not remembering when or what they said in the logs.
Okay. So you don't recall that being in August or September?
I don't. It's not unusual for inmates to write and for correctional staff to write down that he's writing. I don't recall them saying what he was writing about.
Okay. You are aware, and I think you mentioned this to Mr. Holmes on the video, that at some point they searched his cell, which is normal when you're in jail, right? They always search your cell periodically. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
And that during a routine search of his cell, they found his writings and they made a report about it. Is that right?
Something like that. He says they weren't hidden, and I don't recall particularly whether it was viewed as unusual or contraband. I don't think so, but I basically don't recall from the logs.
Was that something that you considered, those writings? You told Mr. Broccoli you thought that those were important to consider. Is that right?
I think the writings are important. They come out of him at a time that I wasn't there and an earlier time. They can be looked at reasonably different ways. He's the only person who knows what he was thinking at the time, if he remembers. And people write things like that for lots of different reasons, as kind of came out in the discussion I had with him on the videos.
They were part of what you used and relied upon in the course of doing your evaluation and forming your opinions.
That's fair to say.
He told you that he thought those were important ideas to get down at the time. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
He also told you that since he was medicated, he no longer feels the need to write at all.
He no longer feels the need to write, or no longer particularly wants to write, and he associates that with the beginning of the medication.
And it's in those writings that are contained the ultraception symbol and the description of ultraception, and there are other writings that are in some ways similar to the writings in the notebook. Would you agree with that?
In some ways similar, in other ways not particularly. I recall thinking about it as the way lots of people write down their random thoughts or write down ideas about, and you heard us talk about string theory, what he called chain theory, things like that. And I'm aware that he's a pretty intelligent fellow, and so was wondering if he was having reasonable but outwardly odd sounding thoughts about the universe, so to speak, or whether these were odd and unreasonable sounding.
Meaning delusional. False beliefs.
Not necessarily delusional, but reflecting irrational thinking.
Well, let me ask you this. Is it true that when you kill other people, you increase in value? Is that a true statement or a false statement in reality?
In the way that you're asking it, and we're considering it here, no.
You testified more than once that there's no indication that you're aware of any hallucinations prior to November of 2012. Is that right?
The only indication that I know of is his description to me of the things that he calls shadows. Nothing other than that. And I'm very cautious about interpreting those as hallucinations. I see a number of other meanings or explanations for them that contrast with the kinds of hallucinations that come when one is, for example, having a schizophrenic break.
Understood, and I understood that's your opinion. What my question is that when he told you about these shadows, he told you that it was during his third rotation lab, right?
Yes.
And he told you he was sitting at his desk in the lab when it would happen to him, correct?
Yes.
And he would see a moving shadow flitting and reforming, correct?
Something like that, yes.
On the divider in front of the lab in front of him.
Yes, that's what he talked about.
He said they would split into two and gobble each other up and jump around, correct?
There was one time he explained them to me as blobs splitting in two and gobbling each other up. Another time that he described them, and I think I'm getting this right, a separate time he described them as being more like some sort of shadow figure.
And he described that there was nothing casting the shadow. Is that right?
He said he looked for something to cast the shadow, like a light, and didn't find that anything was casting a shadow.
So suffice it to say, he's either seeing something that's not there or he thinks he is, in hindsight, looking back.
In hindsight, looking back, assuming his reliability, that's correct.
You're aware that, as we noted from Dr. Fenton's note, mental status report, that she noted in June that Mr. Holmes denied to her having hallucinations, but that he, quote, glances around the room in an odd way.
That's what she wrote.
Do you recall that when in Dr. Gurr's report, she asked him about seeing things that weren't there and to explain more about it, and he said, according to her, right there, and pointed at the wall behind her.
Yes, I recall that.
Do you remember that Dr. Woodcock, when he saw Mr. Holmes on the 23rd of July, reported in his notes, quote, hallucinations, visible movement without cause, dash, undergraduate.
I'm sure you're reading accurately from it. I don't recall the word undergraduate, but there was something about visual movement without cause.
Now, you talked to about the antipsychotic medication that Mr. Holmes is on. And is that Risperdal or Risperdal?
The trade name is Risperdal, Risperdal. The generic name is Risperidone.
So that would be like Advil and ibuprofen, two names to the same thing?
Yes, a trade name and a generic name.
And you talked about with Mr. Brockler about the side effects of these medications, some of the side effects. Do you remember
Yes.
that? I think you said sleepiness for a while might be a side effect. Is that right?
Yes.
Weight gain you talked about, right?
Over time, it sometimes is, yes.
The possibility of tremors, I think you said.
Yes.
Now,
And there are others. There was one that I left out, and I'm trying to remember which one it was, when talking with when being examined by Mr. Brockler. A bit of a stiffness.
okay. Now, when you or another psychiatrist prescribes medications, or any doctor for that matter, you don't prescribe them for their side effects, do you?
No, sometimes we consider equivalent medications, we consider the side effect profile, but we prescribe them for the symptoms that we hope they will alleviate.
For the direct effect, not the side effect, right?
That's a good way of saying it.
And the direct effect of antipsychotic medication is to help the patient deal with psychotic symptoms, right?
Not to help him deal with the psychotic symptoms, but rather to organize the thoughts and eliminate the psychoticness of the thoughts. There are some other direct effects that come from Risperdal, but that's the point of it.
To help organize the person's thinking.
To help the person's thinking become normal.
And the disorganization of thinking is one of the psychotic symptoms of schizophrenia that we saw in the schizophrenia spectrum disorder, right?
Of schizophrenia and of many kinds of psychosis as well as deliria.
Many kinds of different, right.
Yes.
Hallucinations. The antipsychotic medication can help alleviate some of the hallucinations or perhaps eliminate them.
In many people, it alleviates a little, a lot, or sometimes gets rid of them altogether.
It doesn't cure the disease of schizophrenia, for example,
That's correct.
or delusional disorder, correct?
Correct.
And it doesn't get rid of the negative symptoms of schizophrenia or the related type symptoms of schizotypal personality disorder. Is that right?
In some people, some of the newer antipsychotic medications, including Risperdal, help the negative symptoms, that is, make people a little more fluid, a little more outgoing. But the negative symptoms are tougher to treat in general than what you've referred to and we're referring to as the positive symptoms.
Mr. Holmes was first prescribed an antipsychotic medication in November by the psychiatrist at Denver Health Medical Center when he was hospitalized there. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was when they diagnosed him as being psychotic, and you've testified your opinion was he was floridly psychotic at that point.
Yes.
And he was given first Haldol, which is a different kind of antipsychotic medication, is it not?
Yes, same purpose, older medication, different name, but for the same job.
And his psychiatric symptoms improved. His psychosis improved such that he was able to be discharged some days later from the hospital. Is that right?
They did. I need to clarify, just to be sure that everything's accurate. The implication is that the antipsychotic medication helped clear the psychosis. It's certainly possible that being rehydrated, we know he was dehydrated, being out of the behavior control cell, which is a terrible place to be, being out of that, that there may be other things that contributed to his quickly getting better over just a few days, but the medication is likely to have been a big part of that.
Okay, let's just talk about that for a moment then. You're aware that Mr. Holmes went to the hospital for a CAT scan and then came back and then was sent back to be admitted a day later. Is that right?
Yes.
And when he was sent there for the CAT scan was almost right after the video where he runs his head into the wall and they strap him into the chair. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
And when they strap him into the chair, a doctor comes in with a nurse and they give him an IV. Do you remember that?
Or someone comes in, a medic or a medical person, PA perhaps. Yes, I do remember that.
And to rehydrate him, correct?
That's my understanding. That's the logical reason they would start the IV, yes.
And then he went in the ambulance to the hospital, correct? Action Care ambulance?
As far as I know, I think I've seen the record of that.
And that's when he was repeating, you can't teach an old dog new tricks over and over and over and over again, right?
Somewhere in that chain of events, yes.
And on the hospital ride, to the ambulance ride to the hospital, he was given another IV, wasn't he?
I don't recall specifically, but it's logical that he would be continued on a hydrating IV. And there's another reason to give the IV, and that is to keep a vein open in case you need to medicate him quickly.
And he came back from the hospital that day, and the odd behaviors that were described previously in Dr. Sather's affidavit, the incoherent speech, the odd motioning, the rigid body, the feces, those continued. Is that right? And that's why he was sent back to the hospital.
Yes. I'm not sure whether or not they were briefly alleviated, but my view of it is that he was still having those behaviors until they sent him back to the hospital.
And when he was sent back to the hospital, he was again given another IV. Is that right?
I don't recall specifically, but it's very logical.
And we've provided you with interviews that we've done, we being the defense, with the doctors and some of the staff at Denver Health Medical Center that treated Mr. Holmes. Is that right?
If you're talking about the videos of him, or are you talking about transcripts of interviews with the individuals?
Talking about reports of interviews with the individuals.
I want to say I remember that. I'm not picturing them clearly, but there was a lot of documentation that you supplied about his experience there, what the various professionals said about it, things like that.
Do you recall a Dr. Caldwell at all? The head of the emergency medicine at Denver Health Medical Center?
I don't remember the name.
Okay. Do you remember if he was the first person that assessed Mr. Holmes? Do you remember that he said that he was, when asked by us whether he was dehydrated or not, he said mildly, if any?
I'll have to accept that if it's in the record. I don't remember specifically.
You don't remember reading in the report that he said, if I could have given him a glass of water to take care of it, I would have done that. But I couldn't because he wasn't responsive, so I had to give him an IV.
I don't remember that interchange.
Do you remember him describing Mr. Holmes, him asking Mr. Holmes questions and Mr. Holmes responding to him in gibberish? I'll move on.
The objection is sustained.
Mononucleosis.
Mr. King, before you move on to your next topic, would
Yes,
this
sir.
be a good time to take a break?
Sure.
All right, why don't we do that? Folks, it's about 12 o'clock. Let's take our second morning break. Let's take 15 minutes. Please keep in mind all my advisements during the break. I'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Mr. King, I'm not trying to rush you by any means, just wondering for scheduling purposes about how much longer do you think you have?
Hour?
An hour? Okay. All right, and then, Mr. Brockler, do you know whether you're gonna have any redirect or much redirect?
I think I will, and I think it'll probably be at least an hour, given the areas that we're going into here.
Okay. All right, well, then we might have to, have Dr. Reed continue after the, lunch break, the late lunch break that we have today, it sounds like. Okay. All right, enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in 15. The court will be in recess. seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Are you ready for the jury, folks? Mr. King, are you ready? All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
Clip 22 is that number, and that's, so now, since they're covered up, that's clip 22, see, DTR 43.
What if I just say this, you'll know which one? If I just say the clip, you'll know which one.
Yes, but we have to remember that.
Okay. Go.
Mr. King, you're whispering, but your mic is on.
Maybe I should text it out.
Yes. You want this on the record?
It can be, yes, it can be on the record.
All right. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. Before we proceed with Mr. King's cross-examination, I want to remind you folks that the court has admitted Dr. Reed's testimony only for a limited purpose. You may consider Dr. Reed's testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. All right, Mr. Reed, you may proceed. Doctor, I remind you that you're still under oath.
Doctor, Mr. Holmes remains on that antipsychotic medication today, as far as you know, is that right?
So far as I know, yes.
And it's not your recommendation that he should be taken off that medication, is he?
No, it is not.
Then you would probably have an ethical problem with that, would you not?
Yes, he needs the necessary treatment determined by his clinicians, and that's the way I see it.
But it seems to have helped him in some regard. Fair to say?
It seems to have helped him in some regard. He is substantially better than he was in November of 2012. That's the most I can say.
And do you recall that when Dr. Fenton saw him back in May and June of 2012, that she wanted to prescribe him an antipsychotic medication as well, or she suggested that to him?
Yes, she did.
And it was during that period of time that she wrote in her notes that Mr. Holmes was exhibiting a psychotic level of thinking, correct?
She was at least suspicious of that and concerned about it, yes.
I'm going to try to move things along here, sir. You asked some questions about anger relating to the hatred of mankind that phrase that he wrote in his notebook, right?
Yes.
And he said that he never told anybody he was angry, right?
In the context of the shootings, I believe you're correct. I'm not sure about any context at all.
Right, not his whole entire life, but in the context of the shooting, that it wasn't done out of anger towards anyone.
That has been his consistent statement.
He has indicated that he wasn't angry at the folks at CU, correct?
That he has said that consistently, yes.
And that he wasn't angry at any of the people in the theater.
That particularly he has been consistent about saying.
And he described this hatred of mankind as just an intense aversion of either people or of being around people, one or the other.
That's the way he's described it, yes.
You were asked a direct examination about something that was in Dr. Gurr's report regarding a master power. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Brockler asked you, and I think this is the quote, now do you remember that Dr. Gurr actually wrote in her report that he was being controlled by a master power? And you said yes, right?
At least that was my recollection. We can go to her report if you like.
Okay. Well, maybe we can speed it up if I just read to you what she actually wrote in her report on page 9.
Sure.
Which is, when looking in the mirror, he saw another guy. And she's talking to him in the context of the contact lenses, the possession lenses he had, and the other regalia. When looking in the mirror, he saw another guy and had a sense that something, a master power, had taken over. Do you recall that being the correct
That sounds
statement?
familiar, yes.
Now, when you asked Mr. Holmes about the nature of that subject, he indicated or told you that he felt like he had two selves, kind of. Remember that line?
There were one or two times when he referred to at least two parts of himself, and he, at some point, said, it feels like I have two selves.
And you followed up on that, and you didn't determine that there were like two multiple personalities or anything like that, and he didn't claim that, did he?
You're correct.
It was more like two parts of himself struggling with one another. Fair to
Yes.
say?
Yes.
We talked a lot about Mr. Holmes thinking that he was being followed by the police, things like that you thought might be paranoia or might not. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
Paranoid delusions are fairly common as delusions go. Is that correct?
As delusions go, the ones that someone's after me or following me or watching me are among the most common.
Are you aware of any evidence in the record of the case that the FBI, the police, or any other law enforcement agency was on to Mr. Holmes? That they knew what he was going to do?
No, I'm not aware of any of that, and I looked for that a bit, and the answer is no.
Are you aware of whether or not any law enforcement agency was surveilling him, following him around, parking cars near his apartment?
So far as I know, they were not surveilling him. They may have been parking cars near his apartment, but so far as I know, it had nothing to do with him.
So any belief on his part that he was in fact being followed by the police or that the FBI was on to him was a false belief then, as far as you know?
It was at least mistaken, yes.
Now, he also said that he saw a FBI vehicle at the shooting range that he went to. Is that right?
Either there or driving by, yes.
And he indicated to you that he knew it was an FBI vehicle because it was an SUV and it said FBI on the side.
He indicated that, yes.
Do you know where the closest FBI office is to Byers Canyon?
I don't know.
Are you aware of whether the FBI drives around in SUVs or other vehicles that actually say FBI on the side of the vehicle?
I'm not aware one way or another, particularly in this area.
Are you aware of any credible evidence in the record that the FBI, that there was actually an FBI vehicle parked at that gun range?
At the time that I wrote my report, I believed that someone with authority had told me, yes, there really was a vehicle out there. I've looked and looked and looked to verify that. I've not been able to verify it in the records or in my notes. And so I have, although I stated in the report that it was a real vehicle, I can't confirm that as I sit here.
There's no indication in the record that there was actually an FBI vehicle there. In other words, the Maples, the couple that was the caretaker that summer of the gun range, that one of them has testified here. You don't recall any of them ever saying that there was an FBI vehicle at that gun range, do you?
I don't recall as I sit here, and once again, if it's there, it's there. But when I looked for it again, I did not find it.
You talked about when he went to visit Fenton and Feinstein, and he thought it was very suspicious that there was a suspicious package behind her chair and that she locked the door, correct?
That was in connection, I think that was the session after she had made a mistake with a prescription. On that particular day, her door was locked in what may have been an unusual way. That is, the front door, frequently if one doesn't have a secretary, you keep the outside door locked. When he eventually went in, he was concerned about the door being locked. That is, he thought there was some meaning to that. When he went in, he noticed a box or a bag behind her desk and thought that might have something in it to protect her from him. And I believe in the same session, so this may not have been right after the prescription, in the same session, Dr. Feinstein was wearing a sling or a cast of some kind, and he believed that that had some meaning related to him, none of which was true according to Drs. Fenton and Feinstein.
Do you remember when you talked to Fenton and Feinstein on the phone, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when you talked to Dr. Feinstein that he said at first that he didn't remember having a sling on, but then I think he called you back and said, oh yeah, I do?
He did. He called me back, or either he or Dr. Fenton called me back and said, yes, as a matter of fact, I did.
If you'll forgive me, I'm going to try to move forward to move this along here. You talked quite a bit in your opinions about the planning, and in your sanity section of your report, you list a lot of the reasons or the bases for your opinion on capacity, and it has a lot to do with the planning and what you call logical goal-oriented activities. Is that right?
That's
fair?
part of it, yes.
And what you're talking about are things like purchasing the weapons, purchasing and assembling the components for the alleged incendiary devices in the apartment, correct?
That's part of it, yes.
And you, as far as that goes, you're not an incendiary or explosive expert. You don't know if those were wired up correctly or not, or if it would work or not. But it looked pretty complicated and put together to you, right?
I only know what other people have reported and what Mr. Holmes has said about it. I'm not an expert in incendiary devices.
But nevertheless, you thought it was a logical activity because it was a distraction to help him to accomplish his mission, right?
Based on what he said and the logic of what he said about it, yes.
You felt the same way about, I think you put the word surreptitious in your report in the Sandy section, that his planning was surreptitious, that he hid it in a lot of ways.
Yes.
Now, in a lot of ways, he didn't, too. I mean, he, as you pointed out, didn't use a proxy server. He used all his own bank accounts, credit cards, his own apartment. True? All those things are true?
All those things are true.
But he didn't tell anybody, correct?
Correct.
All of those activities are logical in the sense that they would help facilitate the accomplishment of the mission. Is that right?
That's right.
And that's what you mean by goal-oriented.
It's one of the things. It's a broad part of goal-oriented. There are little pieces that are goal-oriented as well for different goals and objectives, but yes.
You would agree with me that the mission itself is not logical.
It is not logical with regard to what society thinks about what you should do. It is not logical with regard to bringing him money, what some folks might call rational motives. You're correct.
In other words, a rational motive for a crime might be anger, vengeance, wanting money, any number of things. Is that right?
Yes.
Wanting to commit a crime in order to increase your value is not rational, correct?
That's correct.
So these are all rational, goal-directed activities directed at completing an irrational goal, correct?
That's pretty close to correct. It may appear slightly more rational that he thought his depression would get better. That, I believe that's irrational, by the way. And the third thing that does have with what you described as something like vengeance or anger, he talked about a small portion of the goal, and this is after the fact, having to do with his aversion to mankind, his phrase hatred of mankind, but he consistently said that was a small part of it.
Very small part, right? I think
Yes.
he said 10% or something.
I think he said 10%. I wouldn't hold him to some number, but it was a small part.
And killing other people to alleviate your depression is not rational, correct?
I agree.
Now, he told you in the theater that he didn't make he wasn't, strike that. Can I play a video clip from the examination? For
Yes.
the jury? It's only like an hour and 45 minutes long.
As long as you keep it under 2 hours, you may.
No, it's really not very long at all. It's like a minute long, I think, or something like that.
All right, go ahead. Mr.
20?
I don't know the other number.
Oh. No sound. I can try to do the ventriloquist thing. Let me try starting it again, perhaps.
It was not my intentions to be locked up, no.
What do you think the chances were of your not being locked up?
Very slim. So I knew I was going to be locked up, but that doesn't mean I wanted to be locked up.
That kind of begs the question, so why did you do something that would make it virtually certain you'd be locked up or killed.
That's just the price you have to pay for completing the mission.
And the benefit of completing the mission is,
Increasing my self-worth.
Mr. Holmes indicated to you that being locked up wasn't so great, right?
At that point, yes.
And that he didn't want to be locked up, correct?
That's what he said at that point.
But it was just the price you have to pay for completing the mission, correct?
That's what he said.
And so you ask him what the benefit of the mission is, and he says, to increase my self-worth, right?
Yes.
You asked him about anger again. Are you angry when you're doing these things, buying the gun and tear gas? What are you thinking? And he says, I'm thinking, quote, that I have a mission to complete. Right?
I think that's in there. I don't recall the specific words, but it's very consistent, yes.
He said there's no anger. It was something that I had to do. Correct?
I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
He said, quote, like I was obligated to do it. There was no alternative to do something else.
I
Correct?
recall words very similar to that, yes.
Can I have clip 24? I'm sorry if I don't have the right number, ma'am.
you stopped seeing them at some point. I'm trying to think of the order of the appointments. You kept every appointment that was made, as I recall.
Yeah.
Okay. But at the last appointment, you communicated in some way that this was going to be the last
This was the
appointment.
last one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as I recall, even left a little early. This is it. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
accurate.
Why did you make that your last appointment?
I don't know.
If there was a wish to fix you or to, on the one hand, fix things, fix your mind, and on the other hand, prevent the mission from taking place, prevent the track that things were on, to stop that.
Yeah, kind of overruled the treatment.
It overruled the treatment.
Yeah.
Pretty strong force.
Yep.
Where does such a strong force come from?
I don't know. It just took hold of my mind.
I'm sorry.
Took hold of my mind.
Took hold of your mind. There are some pretty strong forces that take hold of people's minds sometimes. The impulse to drink for alcoholics, to shoot up for heroin addicts, to do other things.
Yep.
Any thoughts about why this took such irrevocable hold of your mind, such unbeatable hold of your mind?
I don't know why it dominated, but it did.
But it did, is that what you think?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you think of any other ways to stop it?
Well, at that point, I was more concerned with going through with it than stopping it.
Going through with it, the picture in your mind was that everything was going to end with the mission. That is, you didn't plan beyond the mission. It sounds as if, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, that nothing existed for you of import beyond the mission.
Right.
Okay.
Members of the jury, let me remind you that the defendant's statements on the video recording, including any clips of the video recording, have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on the video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on the video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to assess the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on the video recording for any other purpose, including for the truth of their content or as evidence of what was said in those statements or what was contained in those statements. All right, with that instruction, Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. In that clip, he indicates, being Mr. Holmes, indicates that the mission overruled the treatment and, quote, just took hold of my mind. And then you try to dig down on that a little bit. Is that a fair representation of what you're trying to do there?
Sure, or clarify, sure.
And you ask why? Why? You're asking the why question. Why did that take such irrevocable, such unbeatable hold on your mind? And he says, I don't know why it dominated, but it did. Right?
That's what he says.
You were asked about a portion of Dr. Gurr's report where she talked about Mr. Holmes indicating that the world was going to end, or there would be an end, or something along those lines. You understand that?
I was asked about that, yes.
In that video clip, at the end of that clip, you say it sounds like nothing else existed for you of import beyond the mission. And he agrees with that, right?
That's right.
There was no plan of his that he told you about of an escape plan, is that right?
At other times, he talked about possibilities of escape, but that wasn't a big part of anything in this planning that he's described.
He hadn't formulated an actual plan, is that right?
Except for the little things in the car, you're correct.
And he thought that it was almost a certainty that he would either die or be locked up in jail.
He has said that several times, yes.
And he didn't want to be locked up in jail, right? He said that in the previous clip.
He may have, okay, that's what he said then.
During you asked him about the after Christmas when he came back to graduate school, and he indicated to you that he was during that period of time trying to keep it together. And you asked him, trying to keep your mind together? It sounds like you're talking about trying to keep your mind together. And he said to you, that sounds accurate. Do you remember that?
If it's what's in the transcript, then it's very likely accurate.
You remember asking about Hillary Allen, and he went on a date with Hillary Allen, or a hike or something like that. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said it was fairly normal for young men to ask out young women from time to time, and that wasn't anything that seemed really abnormal. Fair to say?
Fair to say he had kind of flirted with her in texts, and they eventually went out.
Do you remember him telling you that after that hike that she asked to see if we wanted to do anything else, but by that time I had red hair and was kind of out of it? Do you remember that exchange?
I don't remember the specific exchange, but I recall that they didn't do much more, and I do recall that she explored doing something more, but nothing ever happened.
And he didn't want to because he said he wanted to protect her from being involved with someone who was going to be a murderer.
Yes, eventually that's what he texted her, or IM'd, or whatever they call it nowadays.
So at that point in time, well, he indicates he's kind of out of it. So I'll move on. And it was during that period of time that they have the exchange, the message exchange between the two of them, where he talks about dysphoric mania. Do you remember that?
It's around then. I don't remember the particular chronology, but it's around then, I believe.
I'm not going to bother to actually show you the message now, but do you remember that essentially the gravamen of the message is that he says to her, "Have you ever heard of dysphoric mania?" And she says, "Yeah, why?" Or "Why?" And he says, "'Cause that's what I've got." You remember that?
Words to that effect, yes.
And he wrote that in the notebook too, that was one of the things he thought he had.
Yes.
And she says, "You know, I've had some tough times too," or something like that. "I've been through some stuff too, and is it controllable? Can you deal with it?" And he says, "I used to be able to, but not anymore. The floodgates are open."
I remember the floodgates are open and the context, yes.
You talked with Mr. Holmes quite a bit on several different occasions about being remembered with regard to the photographs, the selfie photographs that he took. Do you recall
Yes.
that? And I think that you said that, in your opinion, that was consistent with capacity because it was logical, goal-oriented activity as well, that other people do things like that. Was that right, or am I misunderstanding you?
Something like that. It's not the whole picture, but it doesn't, in my view, move at all toward lack of capacity.
Can you tell me what goal-oriented, rational behavior Mr. Holmes actually did to get other people to see those photographs? Did he publish them in the newspaper, send it to the newspaper?
He thought about it, but did not. He put, excuse me, some sort of photograph on some sort of match, maybe some match online service, but not the ones with the regalia, so far as I know. He left them on his phone.
Where was his phone?
I don't know.
And they were on his computer too, right? Or do you know?
You know, I do know that they were because it appeared that he emailed them to himself.
And the computer he left in the apartment.
That's my
right?
understanding.
He didn't send those, post them on Facebook or Twitter or anything like that?
Unless something went to the thing called Squarespace, you're in general correct. And if there's an exception, I'll stand corrected.
He did post one of the pictures on a Squarespace web page that he created. Is that right?
Something like that.
Are you aware that that was a web page that was not able to be accessed by anyone else?
When he was asked about it, he couldn't explain how other people would get to it. So I'll accept what you say. Well, let me just say I don't know.
When you asked how he would be remembered, he said that he would be remembered. Well, one of the things he said was he would be remembered in a poor light. Is that right?
At one point, that's one of the things he said.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I'm almost to the end here.
Okay.
Finally, sir, I think you testified on direct that asking for speculation by Mr. Holmes was one of the was a technique that you used. Am I remembering that correctly?
Something like that, sure.
Tell me about that.
It's very standard fare in any psychological or psychiatric examination, including some of the written psychological tests, to ask things like, what do you think about such and such? Or can you expand on such and such? Or would you think about that for me? And then very similarly, would you speculate about that for me?
And those most often came in instances, and the videotape speaks for itself, and the jury can evaluate this, but most often those came in instances when you asked him a question and he said, I don't know, something along those lines, and you said, well, speculate for me, right?
Yes, the idea of trying to get him to talk more instead of less.
And that was a difficulty. He's not a real talker, fair to say?
Fair to say.
There were also a number of things that you interjected into the conversation.
Yes, there were.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Is that a technique that you use as well, or?
It's a technique that I use, and I try to tell him, as I did several times on the video, this is my thought, it doesn't have to be your thought, or that makes me think of A or B. Does that seem accurate? It's a way to, in a sense, show him a screen that may be related to his thinking or to his statement, and see what he says, whether he agrees or not. And that's the technique. It's a common technique.
So you brought up with him a number of things. You brought up with him, you mentioned to him the Inception movie at some point. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You brought up you talked to him about if I can have a moment, Judge.
Yes.
I've lost my place.
Take your time.
Here we go. You bring up to him at one point the Dancing Wu Lee Masters.
Yes.
And he didn't know what that was about.
No, that was kind of a flyer on my part that didn't go anywhere.
And you brought up string theory at one point. Is that right?
At one point, related to some of the concepts he was talking about.
At one point, he's talking about having a pact to not hate his mom, and you bring up the fact that some people have a pact with themselves not to masturbate. Is that right?
Yes.
You brought up with him a number of times a suggestion that his sister had abandoned him, correct?
Yes, or at least wanting him to consider whether or not she had.
May I have a moment, Judge?
You may,
One more question, sir. During the course of your examination of Mr. Holmes, he was cooperative with you, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He didn't, other than the question about his penis, he didn't refuse to answer any questions, is that right?
There were many that he had difficulty answering or didn't answer, but he did not say, I'm not going to answer that at any other time.
Thank you, I don't have any other questions.
all right. Do you have any redirect?
Yes, I do, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to start where Mr. King left off last night, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember the question that was posed to you was, but for the defendant's mental illness, whatever that may be, this crime wouldn't have been committed and we wouldn't have been in this room. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Tell us, are you saying that this mental illness caused the crime and caused us to be in this room?
Without the mental illness, we wouldn't be here, just as without his moving to Colorado, we wouldn't be here, or without his being accepted for the grad school, we wouldn't be here.
Well, let me go a little bit further. But for his girlfriend dumping him, and maybe had she still been in a nurturing, long-lasting relationship through May, June, and July, could we say that this wouldn't have happened?
I wouldn't go so far. He was planning pretty carefully. Anything's possible. Certain things may have changed, but I don't think that was a big part of why he did this.
But for his conclusion that he had no career in science.
It's part of the overall picture. I don't believe, once I say anything's possible, I don't believe that his ending up with that thought, particularly as of June, that would have stopped what was already started.
In terms of, there is nothing else that would have stopped this.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I guess I'm asking, look, if his girlfriend's with him and they're in a long-term nurturing relationship through May, June, and July, is he able to pull this off?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
And forgive me, Your Honor, I'm asking in the context of his but-for analysis.
Rephrase the question.
In terms of this but-for analysis, but for his girlfriend not being close to him and in a nurturing relationship through May and June and July as he planned for this massacre, it might not have happened, right?
Objection, asked and answered, leading.
Yeah, it's not asked and answered. It's a little different than the question that was asked and answered. So that objection is overruled. It is leading, so I'll sustain it on leading, but you can rephrase the question.
I get it. I think I know where we're going. In your report, the one that the question got asked from yesterday, talk to us about whether or not you think there's a direct causality between the mental illness and the voluntariness of the defendant's actions on July 19th and July 20th.
Okay. I do not believe there is a direct connection between the mental illness and the voluntariness. I believe there is a substantial relationship between the presence of the mental illness and the eventual carrying out of the event.
And in part, it's because his desire to murder was something that we've determined was delusional.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Is it because part of his, or a big part of his motivation to want to murder was something that we've determined was, or you've determined was delusional?
Some part of it was, and if I'm understanding your question right, that's related.
Understood.
But my main thing that I think goes to this is that the mental disorder that I believe he has affected the course of events. It did not affect, in my opinion, his capacity to voluntarily or knowingly, the capacity to do those things.
And when you say capacity, are you talking about the capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
Yes.
And the capacity to form the intent to murder after deliberation and to act knowingly in setting up the booby traps in his apartment?
Yes.
The mental illness didn't impact that.
It
Didn't
didn't.
interfere with it.
Objection, leading.
It's a follow-up to the question that has already been answered, overruled. Go ahead.
It did not interfere with that, in my opinion.
There was considerable discussion about things that took place months after the defendant was taken into custody on this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell us the impact of what happened in November of 2012 has on an assessment of his capacity to know right from wrong and to be able to form the intent to kill after deliberation and knowingly set up booby traps in his apartment back in July of 2012.
It has no impact, in my opinion.
Is it something that helps with a conversation about a diagnosis, potentially?
It potentially helps with a conversation about diagnosis, yes.
Some small things about that. You were referred by Mr. King to a CAT scan that the defendant received after he appears to have run headlong into the wall. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember there being no signs of injury on that CAT scan?
I recall that I remember words to that effect, yes.
Okay. You talked about a delirium that precipitated or preceded some of these psychotic symptoms that we saw. Talk to us about that.
One of the early and primary diagnoses when he got to Denver Health Medical Center was that Mr. Holmes was in the midst of a delirium. A delirium is a disconnect with reality that's not the same as the psychosis one sees in, for example, schizophrenia or sometimes in schizotypal disorder. The delirium has to do with a metabolic upset in the brain and has certain characteristics that are different and generally diagnosably different from the, let me call it, schizophreniform psychosis. There appear to have been both in November. The main thing that people addressed first, I believe, was the delirium, probably in part because that is physically more dangerous.
Now, we're talking about events that took place months later. In the intervening months, you were asked a question about the defendant standing up and saying he may be trying to cause a fire in some way with his light. Do you recall that conversation?
I recall the conversation.
Do you recall at this point, and I can revisit this after the break, but do you recall at this point log notes indicating that the defendant had disassembled a handicap bar in his cell to use as a club?
I don't recall those notes.
Do you recall him using his toothpaste cap to take off an electric plate from the wall?
I recall some discussion about his trying to take off some kind of covering plate on the wall. I don't recall his using the toothpaste cap to do it.
Or a fork, a plastic fork?
Not that I don't recall that.
Other than those types of things that we have talked about here, did you see anything in there that suggested that during that period of time the defendant was going through some sort of psychotic break?
Not up until, give or take, November 11, 2012.
As long as we're talking about November of 2012, what significance is there to how quickly he responded to medications after he went to Denver?
Several things can be inferred from that. One is that delirium, when the cause of the delirium is fixed, such as rehydration or something like that, correction of the metabolic deficit, the delirium ordinarily clears quickly. The second is that a first break psychosis, particularly, it can occur with second break psychoses as well, often responds well to rapid and vigorous treatment when the psychosis is not characteristic of the chronic illness. It is often the case, more likely than not the case in my opinion, that the psychosis clears quickly once you give treatment. When the diagnosis is a schizophrenic diagnosis, it may clear quickly, or it may not clear as quickly. The person tends, this is a matter of statistics, not a matter of individuals, tends to not come back to the baseline that he or she had for a while.
And how does it appear to you, based on your review of the records, how the defendant was doing in the weeks and months subsequent to the November incident versus prior to the November incident?
After the incident, the video of him, I think a week or so later, that the defense supplied indicated he was improved. One can't tell too much about how he was, but he was improved. Dr. Gurr's evaluation of him in late December or mid-December indicated that he, I want to say she saw him as more seriously disturbed than I believe I saw him 6 months later. As I saw him 6 months later, first in July of, 18 months later, in July of 2014, he looked, I was not surprised with the way I found him because it seemed similar to the way he had been described earlier. Now, I can't say he was not better than he was after the event. He was, I think, more conversant than is described after the event. The improvement since the arrest, I see as perhaps measurable, but not all that great. The improvement since the November 2012 psychotic break was quite substantial improvement.
Again, any of that have an impact on your assessment of his capacity to know right from wrong and to form the intent to murder on July the 19th and 20th of 2012?
No.
Now, there was a ton of discussion in detail about DSM-5 with you as it relates to diagnosis. Do you agree with that?
There was
Object to the characterization of the question.
Overruled?
There was a lot of discussion.
So, and you were asked, in fact, to even read some portions from the DSM-5?
I think so, or from my report that were taken from the DSM-5.
And do you remember Mr. King reading some portions of the DSM-5 to you?
Yes, and I was indeed, I remember now, asked to read specific parts from DSM-5.
I'm going to direct you to, do you have a DSM-5 up there?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, would you take a look at page 101?
Mm-hmm.
It's this is under the diagnosis for schizophrenia. Is that fair on the page before?
Yes, it is.
The last full paragraph, last sentence. Should be noted that the vast majority of persons with schizophrenia are not aggressive and are more frequently victimized than are individuals in the general population.
Yes.
Why is that?
I don't see a why to it. It's simply a fact that if you look at all the people with schizophrenia, for example, in this country, and look at their interactions with the law or reports of violence and things like that, as a group, given the schizophrenia alone, they're not particularly a violent group, and yet far more often, as one might imagine, the deficits in their schizophrenia cause them to be vulnerable to all kinds of victimization and difficulties in life.
Now we keep talking about schizophrenia, so I want to ask you, is there a Are there several hallmark symptoms of schizophrenia?
There are.
Are there any related to whether someone is aware that they're sick?
It is unusual that a person who has not been in treatment is aware that he has something like schizophrenia, something seriously wrong. People who have been in treatment for a while or who have talked with therapists, psychiatrists, et cetera, for a while often will agree that they have it. They may know the name of the diagnosis. It's unusual for somebody to come in and say for the first time, I need help because I have schizophrenia or because I'm hearing things, seeing things, something like that. Usually somebody else gets them to help.
Yeah, more often than not, how do they see themselves in relation to everybody else?
As not unusual, they may agree that they're not being as successful as someone else, but they don't see themselves, and this is speaking as a group, not as individuals, they don't see themselves as the sick people.
There was you were actually even asked to read a certain portion of page 87. Can you take a look at that? And I can't remember the defense exhibit that it was.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. Under hallucinations, which is one of the potential factors for schizophrenia?
And other things, yes.
Yeah, of course. What's the most common form of hallucination in schizophrenia?
Auditory hallucinations, that is, hearing voices from people that aren't there.
And did you find any evidence of that at all before November of 2012?
No.
Now, Mr. King asked you about an exchange you had in the video where he talked about hearing his own voice inside of his head. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is that an audio hallucination?
As he described it, and I carefully tried to make sure, one way or the other, it was not an auditory hallucination.
Is part of it because the auditory hallucination has to be distinct from the individual's own thoughts?
Yes.
Can we take a look at delusions on that page?
Sure.
Last sentence. The distinction between a delusion and a strongly held idea is sometimes difficult to make and depends in part on the degree of conviction which with the belief is held, despite clear or reasonable contradictory evidence regarding its veracity. You agree with that?
Yes.
Is that part of the standard that you're thinking about when you're trying to determine if the defendant's belief in increased self-value is delusional?
Yes.
So let me ask you that again, and I touched upon this yesterday, but in light of this conversation, I have another question, and that is, other than us disagreeing with a value system that makes someone feel better or get some abstract theoretical value by killing people, what is the clear or reasonable contradictory evidence that could be presented to the defendant to disabuse him of the notion that he values himself more based on the number of dead bodies he creates?
Objection, Judge. Calls for speculation.
Well, I think he's asking for his opinion in terms of the subject of delusions. So if you can answer, Doctor, in that context, not in the context of some specific factual scenario, but in the context of delusions in general.
It's nice when we can show that something is not true. You think the refrigerator is your mother, we can pretty much show that and see if the person agrees. I don't know a way in this context to combat that belief except to say that it doesn't make sense to me or other people.
Because we don't have any way to provide him with clear or reasonable contradictory evidence about what he subjectively believes.
That's true, but I wouldn't use that as a big part of reasoning about whether or not it's a delusion. Our failure to find something to dissuade him doesn't, to me, determine whether or not it's a delusion.
again, when we talk about that, and you've talked about, hey, it'd be great if we could disprove it. The delusions that we come across, they tend to be factual, or are they abstract theoretical like this, in your experience?
It varies.
Now, if we had, I want to ask you a hypothetical in your opinion. We have someone who thinks every time I kill someone, $1 million will show up in my bank account. Okay? Is that a delusion?
If it's firmly held and held for a while and not just a thought or a wish, that's very likely to be a delusion.
The fact that there is that delusion, does that mean that that person, if they engage in the act of murder, doesn't know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
It does not mean that.
Does it mean that they lack the ability to form the intent to murder after deliberation?
It does not mean that.
I mean, what if this is, I mean, they're like, gosh, I really want $1 million. I really want $1 million, so actually I want $10 million. So I'm going to go out and kill 10 people. I really want $10 million. Does that change your answer to any of the capacity questions?
No, it doesn't, and it raises, I think, a difference between, it raises the idea of a wish to do something and struggling with whether I should or not. We do that every day, whether it's having an extra dessert or buying an expensive car or something else. That does not go to the capacity, in my opinion, to know that something is wrong or to know that I shouldn't do it.
I want to build on Mr. King's reference to my Bieber thing and ask you, let's take that person, let's not make it me this time. How about that? Let's just make it someone named Ed, okay? Ed really likes Justin Bieber, thinks there's a connection with him, just like Mr. King says. He goes out and he buys all of his albums. He knows he's coming to town. He buys several concert tickets to try to get the front row to himself because he wants to have some alone time with Justin Bieber. It gets to the point where he decides, you know what, I don't want to have to share Justin Bieber with others. So he spends 2 months plotting the murder of everyone at that concert so that he can have Justin Bieber to himself. 1, is that belief and interest in that Bieber connection and pursuing it one-on-one, is that delusional?
The way you describe it, I would say it's likely not to be delusional because you're not describing him thinking Justin and I have a relationship that's not there. The way you're describing it is I have a real strong impulse, I have a wish, I have a want, and I'm going to carry it out regardless of whether it's right or wrong.
Then let me make it clear then. Let's say he does have that belief, that he and Justin have that relationship, and that in fact, Justin would be happy if he were to do this. Justin would like to have this alone time with him, and he's got to murder all these people to do it. Is that delusional?
The part about the relationship with Justin Bieber would be.
Is that an indication of, man, some kind of serious mental illness?
Yes. It may be encapsulated. We're talking about maybe delusional disorder in the hypothetical sense. But yes, it would be psychiatrically significant, yeah.
In that hypothetical, does it change the fact that Ed has the capacity to know right from wrong in murdering all those people at the concert?
In my opinion, no, it doesn't change the fact that he has the capacity or doesn't alter a view about whether or not he has the capacity to know right from wrong.
Does it change the idea that he has the capacity to form the intent to deliberate, after deliberation, of the murder of these people and plan for it in great detail?
Doesn't change it, in my opinion.
One of the other things that is in this DSM-5 is a discussion of beyond delusions, which we touched on, but beyond hallucinations. There are some other symptoms, such as disorganized thinking on page 88. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, did you find any evidence, even after being cross-examined by Mr. King, that the defendant exhibited disorganized thinking prior to the murders of July 20th, 2012?
I didn't see any evidence of any significant disorganized thinking. There may have been some things that were a little disorganized, but overall, the thinking was organized, particularly with regard to the mission and with regard to other things that I'm aware that he did.
Well, let's talk about that. Because in this paragraph on 88, and you tell me if I'm reading this wrong, it's about in the middle. It says, and let me ask you this. When it talks about disorganized thinking, is one of the hallmarks of that disorganized speech?
It's one of the ways, speech is one of the ways that we infer what's going on in the mind. There are other suggestions, but the simplest way is to listen to how the person talks.
It says, because mildly disorganized speech is common and nonspecific, the symptom must be severe enough to substantially impair effective communication. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
If we were to try to assess whether or not the defendant had disorganized speech leading up to the events of July the 19th and 20th, would you consider, let's say, a recorded third rotation talk in Dr. Freed's lab?
I would think about it. I don't know that it would indicate disorganized speech, but that would be a good thing to listen to at that particular time.
How about the way Dr. Fenton and Feinstein described his thoughts and mannerisms with them when they saw him on June the 11th?
If you include the way to describe his speech, that would be another thing to consider.
Does Dr. Fenton on that June 11th snippet, and we'll get into more detail here in a bit about it, does she describe his thinking as she perceived it on June 11th?
She talks about paranoia, which is a description of the way he thinks. She never, so far as I recall, refers to disorganized thinking or speech.
Doesn't she say logical?
I'm not remembering as I sit here, but if it's there, and I'm sure we can easily find it.
I'd just like to have some clarification as to when.
Sustained.
June the 11th, 2012?
Objection, misstates the evidence.
He's asking the question, so that objection is overruled, and I think the doctor has answered that he doesn't know, he doesn't remember.
Do you remember in the conversations with Dr. Fenton and Feinstein on June the 11th, 2012, the defendant clearly telling them his goals as he dropped out of school?
He told them about some goals which they, at that point, accepted.
And there's no indication in those reports that, and in your conversations with Dr. Fenton, that he seemed at all disorganized to them.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
In your conversations with Dr. Fenton and your review of her notes from June 11th, did you find any evidence that he was disorganized in his thoughts or the way that he communicated with them?
Not from what they told me or from the notes.
Mr. Brockler, is this a good time to take our break?
Can I ask one more question and then yes?
Yes, go ahead.
Would another good place to look about the defendant's disorganization in thought and speech be to see how he communicated shortly after this crime?
Yes.
And to that extent, did you review the detailed audio recording between the defendant and Detective Apple and Special Agent Gumberner about the specifics of the incendiaries or explosives in his apartment?
Yes.
In that audio, did you detect any inability for him to communicate clearly information, especially of this sensitive nature?
He appeared to be communicating clearly, answering questions. He understood the point of the questions, was trying to help. No indication of disorganized or irrational thoughts at that point.
Yes,
All right, that was 3 questions, but I'll let it go.
Sorry.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. It's 1:30. We're gonna try to start again at 3:30, but it may be a little late depending on when the juror who has a medical appointment gets back. So please keep in mind all my advisements during the break. All of them apply. Enjoy the lunch break, and I'll see you back here in a couple of hours. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Doctor, you can go on break. Thank you. I don't know if we're gonna get to those emails today. Are you, anticipating that we will, Mr. Orman?
I don't think we will, Your Honor.
Okay, then let's plan to chat about them at the end of the day, okay?
That's fine. And, well, that'll be 5:30, and I don't mind staying as late as the court wants to. I don't know what the plans were, because we're going with the jury till 5:30, and I know Your Honor also wanted an update sort of on where we are.
We'll talk about that too. I'm here all the time, so, yeah.
Your Honor, is it possible that we could come back a little early from the break and talk about those issues as opposed to staying later than 5:30? I have some family issues that I have to deal with.
I'm gonna try. I have something that I have to attend during the lunch break. I planned it because I knew we were gonna have a long lunch break, so I'll try. If we don't, is there any way that your colleagues can handle the two issues in your absence?
Yes, Judge, I think so. Hold on. They can, Judge, but I'm lead counsel of this part of the case. I'd prefer to be here. If we could do it over the lunch hour, do it Monday morning, would be preferable.
All right, we'll do it during the lunch hour. What time should we plan to come back?
Be here anytime, Your Honor.
All right, why don't we plan to meet back here then at 3? Is a half hour enough time?
I hope so, Your Honor, yes.
How many, have you talked about the emails that are being objected to?
Not, Your Honor.
All right, why don't you do that during the break and see if you can come to any agreements, and then let's have you back at 3 o'clock, and we'll talk about that, and then we'll talk about scheduling as well. All right, the court will be in recess. Thank you.
This On the Road segment is sponsored by Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief Chews for fast heartburn relief.
How'd you hear about the job, Dave?
Oh, over at the law school. There was a list posted on the bulletin board outside the dean's office.
How'd you hear about the job, Dave?
Oh, over at the law school. There was a list posted on the bulletin board outside the dean's office.
And now we are leaving this nice little gem.
The main danger facing Americans in Tehran is legendary traffic congestion. Ruth and Tom Claiborne are from Atlanta.
Most of our friends said, why are you going there? Why on earth are you going there? And indicated they would worry about us and that sort of thing.
But they were keen to see a country that's been largely off limits for more than 3 decades. Iran has some of the most spectacular sights on the planet. This year, roughly 2,000 Americans will come to see them. That's double the number that came in 2014.
Now, there are some places
And now we are leaving this nice little gem.
The main danger facing Americans in Tehran is legendary traffic congestion. Ruth and Tom Claiborne are from Atlanta.
Most of our friends said, why are you going there? Why on earth are you going there? And indicated they would worry about us and that sort of thing.
But they were keen to see a country.
And now we are leaving this nice little gem.
The main danger facing Americans in Tehran is legendary traffic congestion. Ruth and Tom Claiborne are from Atlanta.
Most of our friends said, why are you going there? Why on earth are you going there? And indicated they would worry about us.
There's prompter.
Helena?
Can I do this? So, in other words, like that, drop the second line down. Same thing here. Drop, but that's okay.
Yep. If you look.
Okay.
Is this what you mean?
Yeah, but look at the first one. Oh, yeah.
A return after every sentence. That's what
Yeah,
you
right,
mean.
right.
Yep, that's what I always
So
do.
I see, but when they printed it, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't
Okay.
reflect what I've done.
Okay, great. Okay, let me see my hair. The mirror.
Yes, sir.
Here. Did I just? Well, let's see. All right. What the hell?
Good?
Yeah. A new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. The FBI interviews possible victims of sexual misconduct. Right here?
So just look straight ahead and Clark will move past you. As you can do.
Remember to try to separate. Rare. At the library with an unusual collection, Steve Hartman checks out the cat along. Yeah. And you're assuming a turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. A new turn. The FBI interviewed possible victims of sexual misconduct.
They're good inside.
Okay, 1 second.
Are they good to go?
Aurora, Denver. Yep, I just want the rhythm here. Okay.
All right, here we go. In 3, 2.
A new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. The FBI interviews possible victims of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. Also tonight, tornadoes destroy homes in Colorado. Denver digs out of a hailstorm, and there's more violent weather in the forecast. Baby sisters joined at the abdomen. Surgeons perform a rare and risky operation to try to separate them. And a library with an unusual collection. Steve Hartman checks out the catalog on the road. I'll do it again. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Let me just. Yeah, all right. Here. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay, babe. Okay, great. Gotcha. All right.
Here we go. In 3, 2.
A new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. The FBI interviews. No, Hastert. A new turn. Okay, ready?
Slater. Here we go. In 3, 2.
A new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. The FBI interviews possible victims of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. Also tonight, tornadoes destroy homes in Colorado. Denver digs out of a hailstorm, and there's more violent weather in the forecast. Baby sisters joined at the abdomen. Surgeons perform a rare and risky operation to try to separate them. And a library with an unusual collection. Steve Hartman checks out the catalog on the road. Let me, I'm not sure. Let's just do it one more time first. Steve? All right. Yeah, let's try. Is it slow enough? I'm just trying to get the right. Okay, so pacing right. All right, here we go.
All right. Here we go. In 3, 2.
A new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. The FBI interviews possible victims of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. Also tonight, tornadoes destroy homes in Colorado. Denver digs out of a hailstorm, and there's more violent weather in the forecast. Baby sisters joined at the abdomen. Surgeons perform a rare and risky operation to try to separate them. And a library with an unusual collection. Steve Hartman checks out the catalog on the road. Okay.
We're going to the desk. In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Here is the CBS Evening News, a new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. We now know the FBI interviewed more than one possible victim of sexual misconduct. Okay.
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Here is the CBS Evening News, a new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. We now know the FBI interviewed more than one possible victim of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. Plus new details on that major government data breach. What were the hackers searching for? And Steve Hartman goes on the road to a library full of kittens. Those stories tonight on the CBS Evening News. Okay.
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hi, Chris. Here is the CBS Evening News. There is a new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. We now know the FBI interviewed more than one possible victim of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. Plus new details on that major government data breach. What were the hackers searching for? And Steve Hartman goes on the road to a library full of kittens. Those stories just ahead on the CBS Evening News. Hi, Lynn and Lisa. Here is the CBS Evening News. There is a new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. We now know the FBI interviewed more than one possible victim of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. Plus new details on that major government data breach. What were the hackers searching for? And Steve Hartman goes on the road to a library full of kittens. Those stories tonight on the CBS Evening News right after 11 News at 5. Lisa and Lynn, back to you. Hi, Pat and Paul. Here is the CBS Evening News. There is a new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. We now know the FBI interviewed more than one possible victim of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. Plus, new details on that major government data breach. What were the hackers searching for? And Steve Hartman goes on the road to a library full of kittens. Those stories tonight on the Western edition of the CBS Evening News, right after CBS 2 News at 6. Paul and Pat, back to you in LA. Hi, Alan and Liz. Sorry. Hi, Alan and Liz. Here is the CBS Evening News. There is a new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. We now know the FBI interviewed more than one possible victim of sexual. Sorry. Okay. Hi, Alan and Liz. Here is the CBS Evening News. There is a new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. We now know the FBI interviewed more than one possible victim of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. Plus, new details on that major government data breach. What were the hackers searching for? And Steve Hartman goes on the road to a library full of kittens. Those stories tonight on the Western edition of the CBS Evening News at 5:30. Right after KPIX 5 News. Okay, I want to do the general first, the one that we did first. I'm warmed up now. Okay, to here? Okay. Okay, great, I'm ready. Let me find it. Okay. Here is the CBS Evening News. A new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. We now know the FBI interviewed more than one possible victim of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. Plus, new details on that major government data breach. What were the hackers searching for? And Steve Hartman goes on the road to a library full of kittens. Those stories tonight on the CBS Evening News.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the visit.
The main danger facing Americans in Tehran is legendary traffic congestion. Ruth and Tom Claiborne are from Atlanta.
Most of our friends said, why are you going there? Why on earth are you going there? And
Yes, you can. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hey, New York, good to hear you. Here we are outside of Berthoud, standing in front of a tornado-damaged home for the CBS Evening News. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Thank you. Yeah, certainly. My mixer's over here. Let me go crank it up and come right back.
Oh, hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1. Check. Check 1, 2, 3. Hang on. Still working on it here.
Sure.
Okay, that ought to be considerably hotter. Let me come back in. I wasn't exactly speaking in a broadcast voice either. Yeah, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You like that level? I'll make sure we keep it with Adriana. Thank you.
Illinois, and this is a level for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is
You're shooting the first headline. A new turn in the case of Dennis Hester. You can leave them on the edge of the desk. That's awesome.
don't be in trouble. Wait, maybe please sitting there.
So many times he's sitting there, he looking down, and I can run across.
Yeah, but I don't want him to get up and then have to. I'm saying wait until he's not sitting over there. Where he's sitting.
I understand. I think you know.
No, I don't want him to trip.
We're coming
Yeah,
in.
yeah,
for a
make
call.
it clear.
I'll call them.
We're gonna shoot what first? I think it's the first headline. We do the first headline first?
I think we're good. We can do the first headline quickly, then channel.
All right. What are we doing it different? Is it different or what are we doing? Okay. All right.
It's written.
All right.
I have to do this kind of quickly, ladies.
All right.
So
Here we go.
I-
That's right. We do. We do.
Christina, it's gotta be quick, because we have to shoot this and we've got channel 2. right
No
behind
problem.
Okay, that's all right. We'll do this after this.
Okay.
All right. A new turn indicated there may be more allegations of sexual conduct. Is it sexual conduct or sexual misconduct? Hello?
it. Is Mike inside?
Mike? Mike? Hello? Yeah, I'll tell him. I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah. Don't we want? Does this hold me? We want sexual misconduct, don't we? Sexual conduct.
Yes.
Misconduct.
So it sounds like we're gonna do channel 2 from the standing position here, since we're there.
All right.
I'll give you the copy, Charlie.
Okay.
We're doing channel 2.
All right.
Channel 2 now. copy for Joe.
All right.
Stand by.
Charlie's turn.
Charlie, do you hear too?
Do, yeah. Hey, Dana, a new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. The FBI learns that the FBI has interviewed more than one possible victim of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. And we'll check in with Steve Hartman also. He's on the road tonight and finds a library full of kittens. Those stories ahead on the CBS Evening News.
We good? Are we okay? Yep.
Clear?
What happened?
She's, I think, cut the prompter by mistake. Switched to the other one for you.
Oh, okay.
All right, we're going to do the first headline now.
Okay. Well, let me see that. There's a new turn.
It's behind that paper.
No, it's not. It's different. So
Sorry.
let me see the whole thing. Let me see the first. Okay, good. All right, good. Okay, good.
All right, here we go. In 3, 2.
A new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. The FBI learns of more allegations of sexual misconduct against the former House Speaker.
Great.
Good.
We can go with
Hey, Carter, how are you? Okay.
There's one story before us, and it's Kaylee. We're next. Stand by.
Yeah. Hi, Kaylee. There has been a new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. We now know the FBI is aware of more than one possible victim of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. The latest details are coming on the CBS Evening News in about 15 minutes. Kaylee, back to you.
45 seconds out, Charlie.
Hey, Chicago. I'm good. How are you? All right.
We're up out of their break.
There has been a new turn. Hi, Rob and Kate. There has been a new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. We now know the FBI is aware of more than one possible victim of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. The latest details are coming up on the CBS Evening News in about 10 minutes. Kate and Rob, back to you.
Boston will be next. Guessing they're about 4 minutes out at this point.
Focus, breathe.
We're still 4 minutes out. Boston. We're 3 minutes out. We will
Good e-
follow sports.
Hey, yes, I can. How are you?
I do.
Go this way a little bit more.
About a minute 30 up and out of Boston. We follow sports. course is wrapping. We're next.
Hi, Kate and David. I want to join you in that happy birthday to Bob Kraft. Turning to the news, there has been a new turn in the case of Dennis Hasters. We now know that the FBI is aware of more than one possible victim of sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. The latest details are coming up on the CBS Evening News in just a few minutes. David and Kate, back to you. Thank you.
All right, broadcast is next.
A new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. The FBI learns of more allegations of sexual misconduct against the former House Speaker. Also tonight, tornadoes destroy homes in Colorado. Denver digs out of a hailstorm, and there's more violent weather in the forecast. Baby sisters joined at the abdomen. Surgeons perform a rare and risky operation to try to separate them. And a library with an unusual collection. Steve Hartman checks out the cat-a-log on the road.
This is the
Sure. The couple that lived in the house behind me rode out the storm in their basement. Great.
With those trees, just slide over 6 inches if that makes it better.
Go,
I
About 5 minutes away from the show.
She said he told her a secret. CBS News has learned that the FBI became aware of as many as 3 potential victims.
A new turn in the case of Dennis Hastert. The FBI learns of more allegations of sexual misconduct against the former House Speaker. Also tonight, tornadoes destroy homes in Colorado. Denver digs out of a hailstorm, and there's more violent weather in the forecast. Baby sisters joined at the abdomen. Surgeons perform a rare and risky operation to try to separate them. And a library with an unusual collection. Steve Hartman checks out the catalog on the road.
This is the CBS Evening News with Scott Pelley.
Good evening. Scott is off tonight. I'm Charlie Rose. The scandal surrounding Dennis Hastert is growing. There are more accusations of sexual abuse against the former House Speaker. At least one case dates back to his days as a high school wrestling coach in Illinois. Hasterd's alleged payment of millions of dollars in hush money to that individual led to his indictment on federal charges. Dean Reynolds has the latest.
CBS News has learned that the FBI became aware of as many as 3 potential victims alleging sexual misconduct by the former House Speaker. Law enforcement sources say one of the potential victims is the person known as Individual A, named in a federal indictment of Hastert last week. That's the person who Hastert was allegedly paying millions of dollars to keep quiet about prior misconduct when Hastert was a teacher and wrestling coach at Yorkville, Illinois High School well before he entered politics. Word of the more expansive FBI investigation came on the same day of more explosive charges from the family of an alleged abuse victim.
He damaged Steve, I think, more than any of us will ever know.
Jolene Burge told ABC Hastert molested her brother, Stephen Reinbold, all through high school. Hastert was the wrestling coach then, and Reinbold was the student equipment manager. Reinbold is not Individual A from the indictment because he died in 1995 at the age of 42 of AIDS, his sister said. When her brother came out as gay, she said he told her a secret.
I asked him, Stevie, when was your first same-sex experience? And he just looked at me and said, it was with Dennis Hastert. And I was stunned.
While Reinbold was a student, he went to the Bahamas along with several others from their local explorer troop. Hastert was on the trip as well.
Here was the mentor, the man who was, basically his friend, who was the one that was abusing him.
Gary Matlock was a Yorkville wrestler from 1969 to 1973 and has called Hastert a mentor. He went on that Bahamas trip but recalls nothing untoward.
If he were sitting right here, right now, what would you say to him?
I'd say, Denny, what the hell happened?
Now, keep in mind, Hastert has not been charged with sexual misconduct. Instead, he's been charged with violating banking laws when he made big cash withdrawals and then lied to the FBI about why. His arraignment is set for next Tuesday, Charlie, in federal court in Chicago.
Thanks, Dean. Dangerous weather is in the forecast tonight across the central and northern plains. Eastern Colorado is on the lookout for tornadoes. Severe thunderstorms are possible in about a dozen states. Today, folks in northern Colorado were cleaning up after homes got slammed by tornadoes, hail, and floods. Adriana Diaz is in Larimer County, Colorado.
Oh, look at that tornado!
Multiple tornadoes tore through Colorado last night, dumping heavy rains and marble-sized hail by the handful. In one Denver neighborhood today, motorists had to dig out from piles of hail more than a foot high that left cars trapped in the street. About an hour north of Denver near Berthoud, tornadoes left more than a dozen homes seriously damaged. Some were completely destroyed. Fire Chief Stephen Charles says most residents took cover in basements or nearby shelters. No one died.
It's a miracle. If you could see the house on the other side, if there was anyone in it, they wouldn't have gotten out alive.
Monica Coldewine wasn't in Berthoud when the storm hit. She returned this morning to find her home reduced to rubble.
I could have been in the house. My grandkids could have been in the house, but we weren't, so that's got to be grateful for that.
Next door, her niece Rachel's family home was heavily damaged.
Everybody's okay. That's the biggest thing. We can replace materials, can't replace people.
The couple that lived in the house behind me rode out the storm in their basement before they were rescued by firefighters. Charlie, forecasters say more storms are expected for the weekend and could include tornadoes.
Thanks, Adriana. Today, a former BP executive was found not guilty of lying about how much oil was spewing into the Gulf of Mexico during the 2010 spill. Weeks after the Deepwater Horizon rig exploded, David Rainey estimated the well was leaking 5,000 barrels a day. Scientists later found it was more than 60,000. Rainey said it was an honest mistake. China's government denied today that it had hacked into U.S. government computers, saying it wished the U.S. would trust it more. But cybersecurity experts say all signs point to China. And the hackers stole personal information on more than 4 million current and former federal employees. Jeff Pugays reports on what they were looking for.
A federal law enforcement source says the attack against the Office of Personnel Management began last fall. Experts say it bears similarities to earlier attacks against healthcare companies Anthem Blue Cross and Premera. All the hacks appear aimed at personnel records and not financial information. Jim Lewis has advised the government on cybersecurity for over a decade. He says China is using the attacks to gather intelligence. What are they doing with this kind of data?
They're collecting huge amounts of data and they're mining it to see if they can find interesting patterns, to get a sense of who their opponents are.
In the wake of high-profile attacks like those on Target and Sony,
now the majority of what we do is we follow IP addresses.
The FBI has stepped up the recruitment and training of new agents in cybercrime. Assistant Director James Turgle says he's looking to hire 700 new specialized cyber agents every year, but finding them is a challenge.
I'm competing with Fortune 500 companies that can pay twice what I can pay or 3 times what I can pay on the federal pay scale. And I lose those candidates to the private sector and some other government agencies every day.
Every day?
Every day.
The FBI has 13,000 agents. Charlie, within a few years, the Bureau would like about 4,000 of them to specialize in cybercrime.
Thanks, Jeff. A familiar figure from the Saddam Hussein regime has died. As Foreign Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, Tariq Aziz was the English-speaking voice of the Iraqi dictatorship in the days leading up to 2 Gulf Wars. Aziz was Christian. He had been on death row for persecuting Shiite Muslims. Tariq Aziz died of a heart attack today at 79. The deadline to complete a nuclear deal with Iran is less than 4 weeks away. In return for curtailing its nuclear program, punishing sanctions against Iran would be lifted. The U.S. and Iran have been at odds for decades, but Elizabeth Palmer ran into some American tourists in Tehran.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the visit.
The main danger facing Americans in Tehran is legendary traffic congestion. Ruth and Tom Claiborne are from Atlanta.
Most of our friends said, why are you going there? Why on earth are you going there? And indicated they would worry about us and that sort of thing.
But they were keen to see a country that's been largely off limits for more than 3 decades. Iran has some of the most spectacular sights on the planet. This year, roughly 2,000 Americans will come to see them. That's double the number that came in 2014.
Now, there are some places that aren't on the tour, and one of them is the former American embassy behind me, closed since 1979. It's still, officially anyway, referred to as the nest of spies.
Events like the U.S. hostage-taking in 1979, or the hardliners who chant "Death to America," remain politically sensitive.
We didn't hear any death to America. In fact, we heard just the opposite. I think the average Iranian in the street is excited about the possibility of a nuclear deal with the United States.
Ibrahim Pour Faraj is counting on a deal.
You say this is the biggest hole in Tehran.
Yes, in Middle East, actually.
The biggest hole in the Middle East.
Middle East.
He runs Pasargad, one of the biggest tour companies in Iran. And he's invested in this vast construction project that will be, by 2017, a 54-story hotel and conference center.
So you're really hoping, needing the sanctions to be lifted?
We'll carry on in any case, he says, but without sanctions, doing business will certainly be easier, and more tourists will continue to come. Elizabeth Palmer, CBS News, Tehran.
Today, giant cranes raised a Chinese cruise ship and turned it upright. Crews are now able to search for more than 300 people still missing. Only 14 got out alive, including the captain. More than 100 bodies have been recovered. The ship capsized in a storm on the Yangtze River. We have a remarkable story to share with you from Haiti. 2 weeks ago, 2 baby girls underwent a risky operation, and our Dr. John LaPook was there.
There's nothing unusual about twins holding hands, but 6-month-old infants Marion and Michelle Bernard share much more. They are joined at the abdomen. They are minutes away from one of medicine's rarest and riskiest operations. Improbably, the 2010 earthquake that brought so much death and destruction to Haiti also helped bring Michelle and Marion a shot at a normal life. Their chance lies in the hands of Dr. Henri Ford. Born in Haiti, he and his family left this Port-au-Prince neighborhood in 1972. He became an Ivy League-trained pediatric surgeon, now chief of surgery at Children's Hospital Los Angeles. He rarely returned to his home country. That changed when the earthquake struck.
I arrived the second day that the airport opened and pretty much went to work and spent 2 absolutely grueling weeks, the toughest ones of my life. But when it came time to leave, I recognized that I couldn't just say, oh, yes, I did my share and it's over. It wasn't a one and done thing.
When Michelle and Marion were born, their doctors asked him if this risky operation could be done in Haiti for the very first time. The procedure would require sophisticated medical care in a country where millions still lack even basic health care.
Did you ever think when you got that email, are you kidding?
Yeah, well, it was a challenge, but, by nature, surgeons love challenges.
The twins' parents, Manushka and David, are no strangers to beating the odds. After the earthquake, David was buried under rubble for 7 days before being rescued. Because of the earthquake, the Haitian government and the nonprofit group Partners in Health joined forces to open a modern teaching hospital in Mirebalais, Central Haiti in 2013.
The Holy Father, his brothers this far, and I know he's going to continue to guide us.
Ford put together a team of more than 24 volunteer health professionals from the United States. They trained for months with Haitians for the procedure they would attempt today.
I think we're just about ready to roll.
To avoid confusion, everyone is color-coded. Red for Marion's team, yellow for Michelle's. A line is drawn to show the surgeons where to cut.
What we found was pretty much as expected.
Things go smoothly until Michelle's blood pressure suddenly and dangerously drops. She is given a transfusion and IV fluids, but because the twins still share a liver, those fluids